Hey, good morning, everyone. Let's see if we could talk about this again without me getting so all over the place. Excuse me, my voice is still. Again, I've explained to y'all my voice goes out easily, so and I can do some talking. So yeah, voice is already rather deep as an alto, but it's going to be even deeper. So let me get this out the way. FBI warning: federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. And the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Again, good morning. How are you guys doing? Let me speak on this once again. Now, yes, yes, yes. I know that I have been more recently. I've been up in here in more recent years, or very recently. This past year, I've been speaking on how I am now coming to the realization or understanding on why it is that we, as Yasharel, as well, we're supposed to be representing Yasharel, not just by lineage but by spirit. Um, uh, by lifestyle, by everything. Okay, our faith is our supposed to be our lineage. It's supposed to be connected with our lineage, and our lineage is supposed to be connected with our faith. That's why we should. It's time that we elevate and refer to ourselves beyond just our melanin. Okay, and understand. So yeah, I definitely believe. I know that that those who are the descendants of Yasharel, that is, because not every quote unquote black person is a descendant of Yasharel, but those who are, and you are descendants of Yasharel, um, or you may say Israel, but I believe that it is it's better to reference Yasharel. Okay, I believe that we need to no longer, even if I still do it myself, because that's what I've been referring to all my life, but I do believe, I do know that we should be referring to ourselves as Yasharel and not black. All right? And understand, that's very hard for me. This is not about me jumping on the raccoon train. Heck, All right, this is not about me rejecting our beautiful melanin. Although I do understand that we need to be careful that we are not worshiping creation over the creator. We don't want to be worshipers of our melanin, um, of our hair, any of that. Uh, yeah, um, because it's really more so about our lineage. And that's very hard for me to accept myself. So it ain't about me raccooning, or it ain't even about, necessarily trauma or anything like that. Understand, it's not about me wanting to necessarily distance myself, um, yeah, from blackness or melanin, or absolutely not. And in fact, I've told you guys, I love referring to myself as black, to be honest. That's all I understand. I was born in early to mid 70s. Okay, Gen X. I was born at a time when, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And my mama was an affiliate associate with the Panther Party. All right, a participant associate affiliate with the Panther Party in Chicago. Her being from the South, like Fred Hampton, but also like Fred Hampton, living much on the west side of Chicago. That's where my mom's been since she was like 2 years old, on the west That's where her family base was, and she was born the same year as Fred Hampton. In fact, where Fred Hampton was unalive, it was just 15 minutes away from where my grandmother's base or home base was on the west side of Chicago. So, yeah, my mom being born the same year now. So, understand I was raised to definitely identify as black, pro-black, in fact, and I'm not ashamed of that. And I don't take back that. But there are things I've learned over time, especially in learning the Bible. And like I say, I'm not one of these flip floppers up in here. If you see me straight flip, it ain't gonna be no flop. That's gonna be about it's gonna be about something more spiritual. And like I say, people don't usually just straight up flip and change their position unless it's something really traumatic and or something more spiritual. If you want to say religion, a person find a religion, fine. But I don't see myself as religious, okay? All right. Yeah, it would have to be a spiritual awakening, and that's what I have been somewhat having. I have now a better understanding as to why it is they decided to group a certain demographic of people just based on phenotype alone and cranial indices and all that. They group one group of people as white versus, and I'm saying versus on purpose, another group of people as black, just based on it's supposedly just phenotype. Okay, it wasn't about lineage, and even it was just about phenotype. It's not really about lineage. It's just a certain phenotype happen to go along with that lineage. Have to happen to be more likely, more common with a particular lineage. But when we were initially when our when our ancestors were initially being kidnapped, enslaved, and brought to the Americas during the time of the Middle Passage, actually, going back to the 16th century, actually, it wasn't initially about race. You didn't really have this concept of race that we know more of today until I would say around the 18th century. Okay? But we know that the transatlantic slave trade began before, like centuries before the 18th century, as we know, right? Yeah. And it wasn't originally about, but it was about lineage. It wasn't about race, but it was about lineage. And it was about our faith, because our faith is connected with our lineage. That's what it was really about. It wasn't just about, because, yeah, that's why you had other black people who were participants. Because they were not, for one, they were not necessarily of the same lineage. Do you understand? So it was about something else. The concept of race that we know of, okay, that came along afterward. But you gotta understand, even before that, when they were putting these labels, whether it's black, Negro, Moor, and yes, the Moors were black. How many times I gotta show this? All right, and it's not even just from me saying it. I will show you from their documentation. They didn't use terms like Berber. They didn't use no. Berber just meant foreigner. I've shown from their own, not just a person's opinion, not just a book that some white person wrote, but from their encyclopedias, from their dictionaries, okay, from their scholastic sources. All right. I don't just go to what is said in Wikipedia. I don't only go to that today. Yeah, I'll give you a wiki quickie as I'm going to do today, but as you know, when I usually break this stuff down, I usually show you. Now, whether they yeah, well, not, and of course we know not all black people. I'm talking anthropologically speaking, what is categorized as black, okay, and that can include Hamitic, Shemitic, and Japhetic people. But however, you gotta understand when they decide to call us black or Negro or more, think more mortality, think necro. Now, did the Moors, did they actually call themselves Moors? I don't think so. And even so, I don't even believe the term Moor derived from, I don't even believe it originally meant black. They changed it to just mean black, Negro. Just like they changed Sudan to just mean black. But see, when they were thinking black, it wasn't just about our melanin. It wasn't just about our melanin. It was about It was something, as I keep saying, that was more esoteric. And eventually, even if we were not originally calling ourselves black, but eventually, and by the time I was born, we began to embrace. It wasn't just a thing of by law. It wasn't just a thing of this being forced on us. We begin to embrace blackness almost as a way of uh, coping, or okay, we're gonna take what they meant for bad and make it into something good. Because like there are older people who will tell you, if they're still alive, that like, let's say before 1965, and this in the United States, a quote unquote a Negro calling another person black, or somebody call, those could have been fighting words. Even though Negro also meant black, but understand, in them referring to themselves as Negro, which also means negro, just black in Spanish and Portuguese. Um, but that was something more, they had no choice, just like with color. However, with black, that was something that even before it, became more prominent on on census forms, etc. It was embraced. Eventually, we took on the identity that they gave us. And I'm getting an understanding of that. And I'm understanding also that it's not about our beautiful melanin. I'm beginning to understand that it was, see, like I say, these people, even though they may teach evolution and, theories that go along with the idea of atheism, or no idea of atheism, even though this is what they may teach in the class, this is not what these people, the powers that be that control our educational system and make the rules, and they are not atheists. You best believe the people who are the worldly powers. Okay, they are not atheists. All right, a lot of these people are cultists. A cult just means secret, and they know. I mean, they have an esoteric understanding of, if they call themselves white, if they call it themselves or a certain group of people white, and they call another group of people black, they understand, have an esoteric understanding. Do you understand? It's not just about our beautiful melanin. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I am even more so getting an understanding of this. For we wrestle, Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Wait. Let me read let me get it exact. And I'll just, read the King James Version. For For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Okay? Because why, you got to think about it. Why is it? Because nobody's literally white or black. Even if you have albinoism, even if you're rather dark, and I have some rather dark skinned people in my family, and I'm not saying that that's anything that's bad, because you can't have too much melanin. You can't, too there's no proof that too much melanin, well, even in the case of, well, I know there's melanoma, but there's no proof that, skin that is heavily melanated, it can be dangerous and detrimental in any way. Whereas a lack of melanin, yeah, there can be some problems. So understand, this is not about me. So don't take this as me putting down, melanin. All right. But anyways, let me get into what I'm saying. Although I do understand that we should be acknowledging that we are Yasharel, and I understand, when they decided to call our people, our ancestors, black, it didn't matter, whether we were brown skinned, whether we were light skinned, and the same with those who they they decide to refer to as white. And as we know, not all of these people who are considered white are even all that white skinned. You can be a kind of darker, you know, Italian. Even though once upon a time Italian was not white, because of that Moorish ancestry that they understood. Okay. Um, yeah. But see, white, it doesn't mean what we think it means. And in the United States today, yeah, white, just as black, it represents not only race, a racial categorization, based on phenotype and all, but it also represents an ethnicity. It's the same with black. Like you may be black by race, what is considered black in the United States, but that does not mean that you are of the same ethnicity. Like this person may be like a black Latina or what they would call an Afro Latina, whereas that black American is just referred to as black, representing race and ethnicity. As I explained, using my niece as a perfect example of what I mean, my niece by race, she is, I have a lot of nieces, but this particular niece, Tasha, she is biracial, by race, having a black mother, my sister, my late sister, and Russian Ukrainian father, who would be put in the category of Caucasian. So she's biracial by race, but by ethnicity, being that she was raised in the United States, raised with her black family, speak the same language that we speak, as quote unquote black Americans. Yeah, and so for the sake of us all understanding, I'm going to still use the terms black, white. Do you understand? Because we're not totally there yet. So I'm gonna still, so you know what I'm saying when I say black. Although I know that we should be begin to refer to ourselves as Yasharel. I mean, those of us who are Yasharel. So I know that we're not all the same, but okay. And let me get this out the way, and just giving you like a wiki quickie and giving you definition. Also taken from Merriam-Webster dictionary. Now today, even though these things have changed over time, race as described today. Okay, I'm just giving you, from the AI overview. They're sharing from Wikipedia and Merriam-Webster. Race is a social and political system used to categorize human beings based on the physical characteristics like skin color and facial features. Okay, Seneca, again, race was just about this concept of race. And if you saw my Ancient Egypt series, where usually like Blumenbach miners, Johann Blumenbach, German miners, they as anthropologists were the ones initially credited with the concept with the ones initially behind the concept of race and racial categorization. Okay, again, race is a social and political system used to categorize. It's interesting they decided that they refer to it as a system. Right, they're now referring to it as a system. Race is a social and political system, they're saying, used to categorize human beings based on physical characteristics like skin color and facial features. Okay? Really, all that, it was just about the aesthetics. It wasn't even so much about geography, because you can be once upon a time, although now they have them in a separate category, and I talked about this yesterday. Once upon a time, those who were considered Australoid, indigenous Australian people, or they've been referred to, I don't usually like using that term, but Aboriginal, the indigenous people of the continent of Australia, the Tasmanian indigenous people, and even their descendants who, maybe mixed, they were put in the category of black, of Negro once upon a time. Yes, I remember, when I was a kid, even though now they categorize them, they give them their own category, Australoid, just like once upon a time. They didn't make a division between the Nilotic, the black people, like let's say a Sudanese, like South Sudanese, they didn't make this distinction between the Nilotic Cushitic. Once upon a time, it was just all Ethiop. Okay, the original categorization, Blumenbach, he didn't even use the term Negro, but because Negro, believe it or not, that referred to our people who were out of coming out of sent out of Iberia. A lot of people don't know that. It didn't even refer to all the black people who were already in West Africa. It referred to those more specifically out of Iberia, Portugal, and Spain. I know it's kind. How you doing, this with TV? Good morning. Yeah, but it was based the concept of race, which actually came after, more so after the transatlantic, like over a century after the transatlantic slave trade that began. The concept, because it wasn't originally about race. Understand? Lineage, perhaps, but not race. Lineage and faith, but not race. And of course, money. But yeah, race. They're categorizing. They're defining it today as a social and political system. Interesting. Used to categorize human beings based on physical characteristics like skin and facial features. Once again, it wasn't even really so much about geography. All right, because like I say, you could be from another continent. Your people of a totally different, representing a totally different haplogroup, DNA haplogroup, and be put in the same racial category. Okay. However, once again, with ethnicity, ethnicity now refers to a shared cultural identity, heritage, and background that connects a group of people based on common traditions, ancestry, language, history, or religion. Like I was saying, and use my niece Tasha, she don't mind, as a perfect example. Um, Although her father was Russian Ukrainian, um, and yeah, her race, yeah, she would be biracial, Caucasian, if you want to say mulatto, although she doesn't like want to use that term. But yeah, by race, yes, but by ethnicity, she referred to herself as black because she wouldn't feel right, and that's her choice to in referring to herself as Ukrainian because she doesn't see herself as being a part of that culture. Do you understand? But of course, you have to be have the lineage, or you have to have the ancestry to some degree of to be a part of that ethnicity. Like a person cannot just be born even if they were adopted by a black family, even though they're trying to push the idea of being transracial, but I don't believe in that. um no, you can't just be born even if you were adopted by a black family. And just as we know, there are black kids who are adopted by white people, and they may have you know grew up only knowing a white family. And I was a guy in the '90s who I told you, the cop that I was dating for a minute in the '90s, of course before I was married. um and he was adopted by white people from the time he was born, and raised in predominantly white neighborhood. But could he say that he was of the white ethnicity? No. So I do believe that you got to at least have like a parent, a grandparent of that, that of that race. Yeah, so ethnicity refers to a shared cultural identity, heritage, and background that connects a group of people based on common traditions, ancestry, language, history, or religion. I do believe that when you have certain foreigners, like let us say, um, I do believe when you have certain black people who, like, okay, that you have this Igbo, Nigerian Igbo family here of the Igbo. Yeah, they come to America. Yeah, they are black by race. If they came lived in America, they would be considered black by race. Yes, but um, yeah, they may tell you, no, I'm not black. I'm Nigerian. I think that. Well, I can't say that I've ever heard that. Not, I'm not saying that they haven't, But I do understand, like when a Jamaican, for instance, a person of Jamaican descent, when they're saying they're stressing that they're Jamaican, they're trying. I think that what they're saying they're not of the black ethnicity. They're trying to stress that they are, um, even if they are, Black American by nationality now, um, they're trying to stress their ethnicity, and it's not necessarily anything wrong with that. See, it's kind of odd to us. Hey, Miss Cardio Queen, it may be kind of odd to us, or we may get in our feelings because we see them as rejecting blackness. In some cases, maybe you do have those. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna also talk about. But I think it's more about them. Yeah, because I think a lot of black people in the United States even don't understand that black is not only. See, we just say we're black because it's representing a race and ethnicity, and it's the same with white also. But the one thing, the difference between blacks and white, especially those of us who Tariq Nasheed would refer to as FBA, much of our history ancestry has been lost. So at least with white people, even though white is also an ethnicity and race in the United States, but white people can go a little more in detail and tell you about their Irish background. They may be able to tell you about the German, Welsh, whereas we, a lot as Black Americans, or what he would call foundational Black Americans, a lot of us we couldn't really tell you. Um, of our ancestry beyond being enslaved in what is now the United States. And that's not, fault of our own. So yeah, ethnicity has to do with that has more to do with the language you speak. Of course it has to do with your family, your lineage to some degree, of course. But it also has to do more so with your language, like in America, what's black in America, we speak English, and that's not originally any quote unquote fault of our own, but yeah, speaking American English, yeah, black ethnicity in America, yeah, the language we speak, the slang we use, how we our accents, even though there are differing black American accents, but like if you're from the South versus if you're from certain cities, we know that. But it's about the culture, the food we eat, how we dress, you know, religion, and all that. How you doing, hood mistress? Yeah. So understand, there's a difference. There are people who this is the thing. They may be, like I said in the case, my niece. Of course, she knows that she's biracial. Yeah, she knows that. But she still identifies as black by ethnicity. That's what people gotta understand. Maybe you don't understand if you she was not with if it, I think um yeah, she doesn't see herself as mulatto by ethnicity because she wasn't raised with her. Of course of course it would be good if you had both your mother and your father in your life and both sides of your family. Of course, that's that's ideal. But that was not the case. Okay? Like I said, if you had a person, another example I use, if you have a person, let's say their mother was Japanese, living in Japan, let's say the father was a black American soldier or something, he impregnated a Japanese woman, but the child, the mixed child was raised in Japan. They speak Japanese. This, and that. Even if they were to come, let's say, in their adult years and live in the United States, how could we not say that they were, if they decided to call themselves Japanese? How could I tell them they can't call themselves Japanese because they have one black parent? Now I don't know how the world may perceive them. It's also based on how they look, considering race has much to do with how they look. But I couldn't say, oh, you can't call yourself Japanese because you don't have two Japanese parents. When that person is obviously, yeah, by race they're quote unquote Blasian, but by ethnicity I would still see them. I would still believe that they would represent Japan or Japanese, the Japanese, or Asian culture. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I'm not too familiar who that is. What was she? Was she? Yeah, like I can say to that person, "Oh, you're not Japanese because you don't have two Japanese parents." Especially if they are of that ethnicity, especially if they are of that culture. That'd be, you know, how could I not say when that's their ethnicity? Now, if they were only raised by their black parent, they don't know nothing about it. They never had any, but that's also their choice. But if they were to tell me, oh, I'm Japanese, even if I also see black in them, I can't say that that's not what they are. They're also talking about, yeah, and of course we know that there's nationality. Now nationality that has, that's more legal. That has to do more with where you're born, where you're a citizen of. It has to do primarily that's geography. Oh, okay. You said tennis player Naomi Osaka. That name's familiar. She acknowledges her Japanese heritage but embraces her blackness. Yeah, and even if she was to call herself Japanese, I wouldn't be tripping over that. Because if that's also her ethnicity or blackanese or however she may refer to herself, yeah, if that's all, there are some people perhaps. Can you represent dual ethnicities? Yeah, I guess so. Could we say that mulatto is a dual ethnicity? Yeah, but the thing is, like I said, in the case of being that, I feel like this. If you have like one whole black parent and one whole white parent, this is why, this is my opinion. If you have one whole black parent and one whole white parent, I don't feel you are able to, like really say that you are you represent an ethnogenesis. Because now, if you were like MGM and like down the line, perhaps. But if you have one whole, because for one, and you're saying you want to totally separate from the monoracials, well, that means you're separating from the majority of your family. Because I'm going to assume that the majority, besides your siblings, I'm going to assume that the majority of your father, whether it be on your mama's side or your dad's, it's monoracials. And everything that is, every thing that is of your culture, it comes from a monoracial culture. That it is what it is. It came from either you've been influenced by your black parent or your white parent. Now, like I said, the reason that we see it, even though we know that a lot of Latinos, I'll even say most, are not necessarily not monoracial. I wouldn't say, yeah, because especially like we're talking about, let's say like a Mexican who is like, there are some Mexicans who are, you know, I would say like more Caucasian leaning, but being that so many are mestizo, it's almost like it's been a over time where it's that is like that's created a whole new, yeah, and there may be like with many of them maybe 5 to 10% African DNA, but for the most part a lot of Mexicans are mestizo, that which is a Caucasian, like Caucasian European and native indigenous Amerindian mixture. And over time, even though they may speak, may have been more influenced by the colonizers or the European, even if they've been more influenced by the European ancestry, like when it comes to language and religion, like with the Catholic religion and all that, we can say that, yeah, there is definitely a distinction between, let's say, that Spaniard or that person that came, from Spain and the Mexican, even like when we're talking food uh and being that they're kind of it's also about language, being that they speak the Spanish language, that kind of distinguishes them being that they speak the Latin languages, Spanish, Portuguese. I know that they French is, I don't know. I just don't consider, even though I know it is, Latin language, but yeah. Oh yeah, and yeah, like I would definitely say what could have been or could be seen as somewhat of an or could have been came like an example of an ethnogenesis. I would say like the Creole. Now that's different because those are, well, at least it was, but there are people who are of Creole and they're predominantly black by race. But yeah, you did have those who, at least I had learned, they kind of stayed. There was a time you did have those who stayed with their own community, if you will, with their own, or tried to intermarry, interbreed with those of their own, sharing their own phenotype, culture, or similar phenotype, where it's like they did kind of, you know, a culture that was kind of distinct, although it came from, a lot of it originally came from monoracial groups, if you will. But yeah, but that's like, yeah, like I would say that, in ethnogenesis, you would have to first have an MGM population, and you'd have to, you know, whereas a person who is biracial have a whole a whole two parents, two monoracial parents of separate races, of different races, that they're not far. In other words, they're not far removed from their parents. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And what is, okay? Again, what is ethnogenesis? Ethnogenesis is, and this is what Tariq Nasheed is claiming with FBA. Like we are we are an example of this. Or he's saying Black Americans are an example of an ethnogenesis. Okay, an ethnogenesis is the process by which a new ethnic group emerges, forms, and develops a distinct collective identity over time. Okay, all right. Um, Now, some of y'all will say, well, that's obvious with the Black Americans because we are very, yeah. Some could say, again, I'm not going to call okay, whether you believe it, we're the result of ethnogenesis, fine. But I don't believe that that's what FBA is about. All right? It is not about just represent a name for a lineage. No, it was about a movement. It was inspired by a movement, ADOS. Let's, he's even said it, Tricky Sheet has even said it, okay? And in addressing FBA, are they just representing an ethnogenesis? Again, ethnogenesis is the process by which a new ethnic group emerges, forms, and develops a distinct collective identity over time. Now, you may, in hearing that, oh yeah, that was shared by Wikipedia. There's just a wiki quickie on that. And hearing that, you may say, well, that definitely describes Black America. That's us. Okay, I mean, yeah, but that ain't what. Hold on, I'm sorry. That ain't what FBA though. I'm sorry, and I don't want to limit myself to what they claim is FBA. I don't want to limit my history to that. Yeah, I understand to agree there has been an ethnogenesis. And I'd be lying. Okay, and what is assimilation? That's what I got to go into. What is assimilation? Hold on, because I want to. What is assimilation? Okay, I'm going to Merriam-Webster, Webster Dictionary, Merriam-Webster.com. Assimilation, a noun. Hmm. Well, yeah, it's a noun because it's an act. Okay. Assimilation, noun. An act, process, or instance of assimilating. That's the first definition. Okay. An act, process, or instance of assimilating, or the state of being assimilated. Okay. So then I need to go to what is assimilating. Oh, okay. But as a noun, assimilation is the process of receiving new facts or of responding to new situations in conformity with what is already available to consciousness. And let me look up assimilating, the verb. To assimilate, verb is to take into the mind and thoroughly understand. That's one, that's A, 1A definition. 1B definition, to take in and utilize as nourishment, to absorb into the system. Okay, second definition given, to absorb. Yeah, this is what we're more talking about in relation to culture and race and all that. To absorb, well, we're talking culture now. To absorb into the cultural tradition of a population or group. Okay, that's the definition I'm looking for. Assimilating, okay, as a verb, is to absorb into the cultural tradition of a population or group. All right, okay, like, hold on. Let me see. I found something. What was it? A Pocahontas. Let me give you an example. Remember, I saw different images, different artistic renderings of Pocahontas, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Even though, I know that her skin was darker than this. Okay. All right. But this is just an artistic rendering of Pocahontas, even though there were no, white skinned Native American. For the most part, like, Native Americans weren't white skinned like this. But let me just show you. Okay. Like, this would be, even though this is just some artistic, I don't know when or who or when this was made, but this is some artistic rendering, an idea of Pocahontas. Even though this just looked like a Caucasian woman, I'm pretty sure she didn't look like this. But this is an idea, just artistic. Just think of this as Pocahontas. Now you see her here in her more native indigenous garb and how she's looking, the way she's wearing her hair, with the pigtails or the braids and all. But then there's another image here. This is supposedly also Pocahontas. I don't know if it's the same artist, I'm assuming. But you see where now she's dressed more in attire that it was more commonly worn, um, by the women of more European descent. I remember learning that from that Pocahontas was not necessarily seen as a hero to Native Americans. But people gotta understand she was a child. Okay. That what's his name? John, that was a grown man she was only a 12-year-old child. So yeah, I remember being told that she was seen as a traitor. But she was also a child who we could say was groomed by a grown white man, in all fairness. But yeah, I remember, being told, she was not seen, as this hero or this somebody to, like when Tariq Nasheed is talking about bed wenches or whatever. But that's the thing. She was forced pretty much. And yeah, and our people, we know that we have been pretty much forced. Right, right. The story of Pocahontas got Disneyfied. Yeah, I guess there's some who just saw her as just wanting to be with the white man, but she was a child. She was like 12 years old. That's you gotta understand. And in some cases, well, in many cases, definitely in our case, assimilation is actually about survival, which can be understood. We have all, to some degree. I'd be lying if I said that we haven't all, to some degree, participated or have assimilated to some degree. Okay. Now, in our case, we were born in this, our identity, our ancestors' identity is straight up snatched. But yeah, to some degree, okay. And also, let me look up. Let me share it. Okay, what is okay? We talk about cultural appropriation, right? There's a lot of was an example of cultural appropriation. Okay, let me take this picture, this image here, this little. Okay, there's cultural appropriation, there's assimilation, there's a difference between cultural appropriation and cultural assimilation. And then there's also some say cultural appreciation. Like some people think that with Boy George, because it's funny, Boy George, he was the drag like singer, pop, of the '80s, pop singer of the '80s when I was a kid. And I was a big fan of Culture Club, and still like a lot of music. But yeah, some people I remember reading in one of his videos. It was I remember "Miss Me Blind." I miss me blind. I remember that was a jam on the black radio stations. It didn't get as big of a hit as his other songs on the mainstream, but it was really big on the black radio stations. "Miss Me Blind," and I remember going to the video, and you know me, I read comments on YouTube and seeing what people saying, the memories. I remember all my friends used to love that song back in '84, and I remember our black folks used to love that "Miss Me Blind." But the video, yeah, somebody had posted that in the comment section that Boy George, he would have. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. They said that Boy George would have gotten a lot of trouble today, or he would, be in a lot of trouble. They would see this as, yeah, cultural appropriation. Oops, doggone it. I thought this video was so cool. I didn't even think about it. but but yeah, okay, like in this video, I mean this was really cool for this time. These effects here. I wonder if you see my comment here. Nope. But I remember watching this as a kid. But they're saying, Boy George was able. Yeah, they were saying how Boy George was able to get away with a lot of a cultural appropriation. Like in this video here, he's in like kimonos, and but then we could say that's the case with a lot of drag queens. Period. He's in kimonos and and also people mention how he was in other videos wearing locks. But then there are those who would argue, no, that's not cultural appropriation. That's it. With Boy George, it was more so appreciation. It's not cultural appropriation. It's appreciation, right? That's what they'll claim. See some more. And we didn't really say nothing. But now I'm looking back. Yeah, he had to do with the "Do you really want to hurt me?" where there was blackface in the video. Like, but we ain't say nothing back then. I don't think they showed this video in full. I definitely remember when this came out. In fact, this was like their first hit. But he's like wearing locks, and but he also had, yeah, like you see him here. We used to love this. I ain't even questioned what he was. I mean, I knew it was a guy. He's Boy George. But some say, being that we're fans of Culture Club, nobody, I don't remember anybody, even though this, like blackface, I don't know if he's making a statement on racism not accepted, but yeah, the stuff he got away with. But yeah, some could say, no, that's not. Cultural appropriation, that's cultural appreciation, where he just appreciates. You see, he has the singers of Jamaican descent, considering that, you had those from the West Indies who had migrated, or the parents, grandparents migrated around the 1950s to the UK, and so they had an influence, of course, on the culture, the music, what they call ska. Yeah, like when you think of groups like the Thompson Twins and Culture Club, the Police, you can hear that reggae or that West Indies influence in the music with a lot of UK artists. UB40 being an ultimate example. Obviously, this member of Culture Club, I can't remember his name. Obviously, I'm going to assume that he's of Jamaican descent, just like Musical Youth. But yeah, he had videos or his cabal. But anyway, see, I'm getting caught up now talking about music. You know how I get with music. But yeah, what is? I'd rather a better picture than this one with the. Now, what is cultural appropriation? Okay, this appear to be like two white girls here, or two Caucasian females, or just non-black females. Now, cultural appropriation. Okay, I got so many tabs that I'm kind of lost. I got too many tabs open. Try to find the. Oh, hold on, this is better and bigger. Okay, so you see, you got this white female here. I don't know how she got her. She's some Caucasian model from what country she was from. She's a model and they painted her face or however they did this. Got people taking melanin pills, or like you see with Katy Perry and East Indian. And we've all, I mean, there's nothing wrong if you want to wear like an East Indian garb or kimono or dashiki. That's not necessarily wrong. And there are people who would say, "Oh well, how can we talk about a white girl wearing braid or like bantu knots or something, or locks when we wear weaves, straight haired weaves or blonde wigs, or we straighten our hair?" But the response is usually there's a difference between with okay, the response that many of us have is that what we do, it's more about assimilation versus appropriation. Now, why do we say that? Now, cultural assimilation, as it says here, sciencedirect.com, cultural assimilation is the process where a minority or immigrant group adopts the dominant culture's norms to fit in or survive. Yes. In our cases, and you think that I'm being extreme and saying, oh, we're doing this to survive. Now, I'm not saying that every black woman who wears her hair like a blonde wig, I'm not saying that she's pressured to assimilate, especially in 2026. I'm not saying that she's doing that because she's under this pressure to assimilate for her survival. No, I'm not saying that. But it began with assimilation. It was initially, it just became now almost like a part of our culture because we've been so brainwashed. And then some people, they just want to, that's how they want to wear their hair. Okay. That's how they want to look. Right. Some people it really is. Like I said, I had extensions in my hair with blue hair. Did that mean I want to be an alien? No. All right. And and honey, it did not look tacky. I used to have my hair black on top, blue underneath, where it gave like a kind of illusion, and I like that. But no, it did not mean I wanted to be an alien. Sometimes it is just a thing you just want to. But it started with cultural assimilation. It initially was about survival, and I can say, and that's why I told my story. And please let me tell my story. Let me speak for myself Okay, and if you're gonna tell my story, the McDonald's story, tell it right. It was not a thing of, oh, I knew that this place was discriminating, but I still chose work. Absolutely not. Okay, I said it was something that I considered 10 years later, after I really did have a situation where I knew that I was denied an opportunity because I switched my hairstyle. It made me think back to why they may have hired me back in the 90s at this McDonald's, or they allowed me to work where it was nothing but Hispanics. I had a wet and wavy weave in my hair. Yes, I sure did. And unlike you, I can admit to what I'm wearing extensions. I know how you look. I don't got my I ain't got my picture all filtered out, making my nose look invisible. Okay, I'm okay with my wide nose. You should accept your wide nose. You know who I'm talking to, since you want to talk about what I, oh, she knows, she talked about how she had a weave in her hair, and she yeah, trying to tell my story. Like, girl, don't let me put you on blast, all right? Because I know how you look, all right, and I know you fronting with them pictures that you're showing, filtered out. All right? Because I will tell you, I will show you the weave. I see, ain't no shame. Just like I will show my nose. I'm okay with it. You need to be okay with your nose. Stop trying to blur it out. It's okay. It's all right. Wink, wink. Let's see if the hit dog holler. It's okay. Because I know how you look. I know you, yeah, but they keep it real. They're real and stuff in here. Yeah, whatever. But anyways, because I know they listen. Anyways, yeah, like I said, yeah, when somebody had came in and asked me how I got a job there at McDonald's at that time and in that area where it was, but no, it wasn't about the neighborhood. The neighborhood was diverse, but for some reason, this was back in the 90s. Yeah, some reason they only had Hispanics working there, and it was a black female. Now, doggone well I don't look like no Latina, but I think she was just, saying because my complexion. I think that's what she was just looking at, because she know doggone well I don't look like one of them. But sometimes I do notice that when I switch my hair, you get a different response, but I ain't really think about it until years later. Yeah, and I had to realize, yeah, it was when I switched. And yeah, okay, I had like a wedding week, because like I said, I was a weed queen. I'd switch up all the time, and I had like a wet and wavy, and I didn't put in that weave to get the job. That's just what I did. Period. It's switching up my hair. All right, I just happened to have that weave in my hair, and yeah, they hired me there. And I had to think about it. If I, yeah, let's say if I did have braids with, because the obviously, yeah, when I realized, even though this is a mixed community, how come they not ain't no blacks? How come really there wasn't even a white person working there? You know what I'm saying? Even if yeah, and they really got, yeah, and I happened to also become manager, and I still dealt with racism, and I realized that there were black people coming and putting in applications. Now I had became manager, but I wasn't like a hiring manager. Understand? Within 2 months I became, but I was only there for like just a couple of months and moved on. I wasn't even there for no period of time. But years later, like 10 years later, and I'm talking into the when the video with you see me singing in, it was around that time, and I had that weave in my hair, right, and I was being trained. I had went back to college and everything, and I was being trained in a position in optometry, right, and the position was mine. The person, my sister-in-law happened to be a banker and everything. And she, even when she thought she lost contact with me, she was so eager to have me for that position. Was trained and everything, went through the process. The position was mine. But I switched my hair. And well, I got all those videos now in private, but you'll see when, I used to do videos, I had like kinky twist. Because I believe, yeah, the season was changing. And that's just how I do. One minute I'll be wearing my hair like this. I switch it up like that. Um, Yeah, and then she just made some excuse to not hiring, making up a bogus, oh, I have found someone, or, yeah, I know that it was about me switching up my hair, to what we were you know, referred to as kinky twist, even though I know, you know, people don't like that term, but that's what it was referred to. And I had put that in my hair, you know, because it was like, you know, spring, fall. Well, the season had changed, and usually I do wear like in the summer, for instance, I put braids or something like that in my hair for, you know, easier for swimming. Yeah. So, and that was actually the last weave job I did. Cause I don't know, just because I had already been contemplating on natural. I'd already for years wanting to go natural, but so it was not long after that. If those who knew my channel long enough that I did my video where I chopped off my hair and wanted to. This was something I wanted to do anyway. I just was afraid to. But then I was like, you know what? I was like, and plus I was influenced by the promotion of natural hair in a message form, and I saw something I really liked, considering the shape of my face and everything. Yeah. By the way, wearing sister locks or micro locks, it's not about trying to look like a white woman. Okay, not everybody looks. There are some of us who do want a laid down hairstyle. Okay, why? Because like me, you may have a face in my shape where even though you love big hair, you know that it's not the best for your face because you already got a big face. All right. That's another thing too. I also don't look right with my hair totally like pulled back in a ponytail because of the shape of my head. I got a wide face, and so something that's a little more laid down. And I love short hairstyles. I really do. I'm very tempted. Well, I've already been cutting my hair. You can tell with the locks, but me having a short neck. Also, don't really have a long neck. I got to, I'm short with the short neck and not having much height to my head. So yeah, so stop always trying to, no matter what black women do, it's going to be scrutinized. If they decide to, if they comb their hair, if they dare comb their hair and loosen the curls to some degree, okay, then loosen the coils rather. They're trying to be white. They're trying to look mixed. They're trying to, first of all, anytime you comb or manipulate your hair, anytime whether you comb it, brush it, pick it, guess what? You're loosening the coils. Okay, you're going to loosen the coils. And if you put moisturizer of any kind, whether it's grease or whatever, that's also going to loosen the coils. All right? There are some people they feel unless you are just straight wash and go. And there are some people like Mayo's World, like she got what she referred to or what's called freeform locks, where they just let it just go out. But there are some people who feel unless you're just straight up wash and go, you're trying to be something you're not. Okay, it's ridiculous. But anyways, that so considering, let's say if with that optometry position, let's say if me not getting that position, if it would have led to me, let's say being jobless, thus homeless, yeah, that I would say that has an effect on your survival. So there are women, there are people definitely who changed their hair, and this is, was the beginning of it, wore wigs, whether they wore wigs, whether they straightened their hair, processed their hair, it was about survival. Even, okay, like we can mock, let's say if you're a woman in India, and we know that the color caste system, it's real in India. Colorism is really serious there, right? They literally, like, just, and I hear also, in certain Latin American countries, for instance, like Dominican Republic. Now, I think it's way more serious in India. That's what I believe. But yeah, but you have these where they got the old school Catholic mindset where they're still believing. Now, I believe in the Bible, but the Bible, they got it wrong about the so-called curse of Ham. That teaching comes from the Talmud, okay? That teaching comes from the Talmud. The Edomites, all right, were behind that. This idea of Ham's black skin being cursed. But there are some people, they seriously, like when I showed you with the Blanquemiento, where they really feel, yeah, like with the redemption of Ham. Now everybody's sharing that pain. Just like how some of these same people taking my talking points. Working in the business, keeping those don't want to be kept. I hear you, biters. But anyways, yeah, like with this right here. Now, of course, this is a painting. It's it's fictional, I'm sure, but yeah, I mean, but obviously this may have been something that was real. The Redemption of Ham painting from the 19th century, Brazilian Redemption of de Calm. How would you say it in Portuguese? Um, yeah, so you see, you had the black woman here. She probably was raped by a white man or so called married. And her daughter, who's biracial, had a Caucasian Portuguese husband, white husband, and they finally have a white child that's white passing. And so you see the grandmother here, she's, oh, like, praise the Lord, the curse has been lifted. Now we can laugh at this. I made a little thing making fun of you, but yeah, this may have been serious. It's easy for us to, just like in the case of what I was gonna say with India, we can taunt people, and even in perhaps in certain nations. But I want to use India as the ultimate example. Let's say, because you do have some places, and I don't mean to stereotype, but you do have some countries, some where they are still dependent. A lot of the women, they don't have the quote unquote supposed freedom that we as American women have. There are women in countries where they are still very much dependent on men taking care of them. That's why they're promoting this passport bros, because they feel these women in these other countries have a more what they believe traditional mindset, where but yeah, they have no choice. They are dependent on men, yeah. And if you're in, let's say, that kind of situation, well, you are definitely, and if how you look matter to these men, then yeah, that has something to do with your survival. We can taunt these women in these other countries like India or whatever, skin bleaching. But let's say if that has something to do with their survival, and if they're depending on men to, marry them and take care of them, then they may do those extra things so that they can survive. Like bleaching their skin. Even if we disapprove of it, even if we know, we don't feel they should. And no, they shouldn't, but that they feel that it's about survival. And I believe once upon a time with our people. It's interesting now I'm seeing, and I think it's cool, like with WGN News, they have this female. She might be mixed though. I'm from Chicago. But she does the traffic, WGN News. And I'm like, cool, yeah, here she is. Because she wears braids. She might be biracial herself. I think it's pretty cool seeing her. Yeah, and look at this. I'm telling you, when I was a kid, you did not see black. It's almost like they could not wear their hair. You would not have seen somebody wearing braids like this. Absolutely not. What's her name? What's her name? Brett Vickery. Chicago. She's like does the traffic, WGN News. Oh wait, I can't share that. It's taken directly to my Facebook. But yeah, I'm like, cool, I'm telling you, y'all don't see this as a big deal. But when I was a kid, no, you would not see wearing braids like that. That news. There was that news reporter, news journalist, news anchor look. Even if you were out there, doing traffic or whatever, like the movie Anchorman, the comedy, like the men have a certain hairstyle. Now, some say that that's not necessarily assimilation. Some say, well, maybe that's part of dress code. No, that's also assimilation. No, because You did not like. Look at it now. Now, okay. Is she with? I remember her. Her hair used to didn't be like. Wait. WGN News. I think she used to have her hair like with a weave or something. Wow. I haven't seen. Yeah, because I don't have Roku on my projector now. Now that we got this projector, so I haven't, and we can't get WGN News because we don't have. We just don't watch TV like that no more. So I haven't seen in a minute. But I recall this woman having like extensions. It's cool. Oh, so she's wearing her hair natural. I'm telling you, ain't no way you would have seen this. No way you saw this when I was younger watching the news. Or even I I remember I began to see women like with kind of shorter hairstyles. Like who's the black woman that's with Chicago News? But now she's even bigger. She's like doing daytime TV. What's her name? She would have this short haircut that was like kind of popular in the 90s. I can't. Yeah, Tamron Hall. Yeah, she started. Yeah. She got a talk show. Yeah, she's blown up, Tamron Hall. Yeah, she was like one of the first that I saw that kind of looked different than what I was used to seeing. With the yeah, hold on, Tamron Hall. Let me find it. In case you don't know, but y'all probably do know who she is. Yeah. Okay, but she was actually from Texas. But yeah, she started from 97 2007. We know her from WFLD in Chicago. She started in Fox. Yeah. Yeah, her career kind of started just like with Oprah Winfrey, although Oprah Winfrey was not actually born in. But yeah, Tamron Hall. She was like the first I saw like kind of wear it. Okay, she wear that hair short. Hold on. But that was like more so in late 90s, Tamron Hall. Yeah, she done blown up. I don't know if you want to blow up as a talk show host, just like Oprah Winfrey. You gotta start, or a radio. You gotta start in Chicago. That's where you blow up. Doug Banks, rest in peace. Uh, 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 Tom Joyner. They all kind of started. Even if they weren't from Chicago, even if they first did, but it's in Chicago radio and news and television that they blew up for whatever reason. Because even Donahue originally was Chicago. A lot of people don't know. Of course, Jerry Springer, and he wasn't from Chicago. Jenny Jones, and she wasn't. She was Canadian. It's like you gotta come to Chicago if you want to blow up in television and stuff. But yeah, here she go. Here's some more. Yeah, I remember when I first saw her. I'm telling you, that was like my first time. I know it sounds crazy, and this is like 90s, late 90s. But I was not used to seeing, um, you know, female wearing their hair like this, like a black woman or any female wearing their hair, but definitely not a black woman. Now y'all can say that that's not cultural. That's y'all can say that's not assimilation. That's part of the dress code. The hair. No, your hair can be just as clean, just as neat as you see with this woman here. With it, hold on, with it totally natural. It can be just as clean, just as neat. But trust me, there's no way I don't even think in 1990, there is no way they would have allowed her. Let me see, because I remember her hair being different. She must have just changed her hair. Yeah. Wait. Okay, well, okay. She's been switching it up. I can't say I've been really watching for a minute. But even in 1990, yeah, this is the typical news reporter, female. This is typically how a news reporter, yeah, or a journalist, they were expected to wear their hair kind of something like this. And I know, being a person who used to work, um, because yeah, when I started working, like I know I'm talking beyond customer service, like in the 90s when, I had my first job out, like at a bank, adjustment research analyst. Um, I guess you could say, and that was for what was, uh, what's now Bank of America in Milwaukee. It was like the tallest building. Oh gosh, they were strict with the dress code. This was the 90s. And this was right before they began the casual Fridays and all that. But they were so strict. Now, yeah, there was a strict dress code. Like we had to wear pantyhose. I remember one time because I'm I'm what I used to be referred to as a tomboy. I didn't like the term, as I've told you guys, but that's what I was referred to. And I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm a heterosexual female, as you know, but I wasn't the girliest girl. I'm only saying this because, I didn't know how to wear heels. Let me just put it like that. I still have a problem wearing heels. I think they're pretty and everything, but I still am not quite able to wear heels. I know. Um, but I had to, of course, with the jobs I had to wear. So of course, I had to at least wear pumps. So what we would do, we would wear sneakers on our way to work, like me traveling through public transportation. But then, have my like pumps, some very low pumps. In the thank goodness I didn't have to do a lot of walking around, but just basically in my cubicle or whatever. Yeah, and I remember, and it was back then. It was required. Like had to, you had to wear pantyhose back then. Now, what are pantyhose played out? What happened to pantyhose or stockings? Are they played out now? Like, are they no longer in? I remember them talking about that. Like you just gotta have great legs or whatever. But yeah, back then you had to wear pantyhose. Now, y'all may say that has nothing to do with race, but it does have to do with culture. It definitely, yeah, you had to wear pantyhose. Just like I remember when we used to go to Kingdom Hall at church meetings, a girl, you had to wear a slip under your skirt or your dress. That was a requirement so people couldn't see through your dress. Now, people don't even think about putting on slips, but we used to always have to have slips. But, anyways, yeah, in my job, like, okay, and I remember one time I just didn't want to wear the itchy pantyhose. And, like, we were always taught, like, going to a job interview or something, always have an extra pair of pantyhose in case you get a run or something like that. But I had to get used to that if I were going to do, even though that's not how I regularly dress, um, as a not so girly girl. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to dress. I wanted to be like Gina, the way she dressed, Tisha Campbell's character on Martin. So don't get it twisted. Now, I never, I guess, was trained on wearing heels and all that. Like my sister, she could run, dance, and flip in heels, but I still to this day have a problem. Um, but yeah, anyways, I was just one time I did not want to be in these panty. I didn't want to wear them. So yeah, and I'm at work and I didn't want to wear these itchy pantyhose, and so I was not wearing them right. And next thing you know, they passing out this like flyer, passing it to everyone. There have been certain people who are not dressing on code. And it's like I knew they were talking about me because I wasn't wearing pantyhose. I mean, it was that serious. It was that serious. Yeah, where you had to. Ain't no way. Yeah. Like I trained people. I also trained people. I had a job where I helped other people get work, and also with some of the volunteer work I did. But I train people. I always tell them. Even today, even though I heard that women can wear pantsuits to an interview. No, like I will tell my daughter, absolutely no. You wear a skirt. I don't care how things change. They claim things change today. Okay, I schooled people on how to find work and this and that. And people were thankful for my advice. You make sure you give a firm handshake. You look them in the eye. And you don't wear red. You see this woman's wearing red. Never wear red to an interview. Okay, you never, male or female, do not wear red to an interview. All right. I know people claim things have changed, just like with resumes. I've helped people put together resumes, and now they're using little colorful paper. I'm old school, okay? Maybe I'm still stuck in the past, but I'm gonna still tell you, yeah. So yeah, I know. Working in the office when it came to your hair, things like that, your uniform, and some of this does have to do. It's not just dress code. Now, yeah, with the thing with pantyhose, yeah, that's a dress code thing. Yeah, now. Now, oh my gosh, when I got my own office when I was a case manager, and where I worked, being that it was a charitable nonprofit organization, I was able to dress casually. Oh, that was the best job I had. I could wear jeans if I wanted to in my office. Yeah, that was by the time I was 24. Now, that was awesome because I was not used to. Oh, you say you don't wear them pantyhose? I don't know because I ain't been in the work world outside. Do you still gotta wear pantyhose? Is that still like a requirement? I don't know. I don't know the office world. It's been a minute now. You say you don't wear them anymore. You don't care how cold it gets. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm wondering. Even in stores, are pantyhose? I'm not seeing the little thing with the legs. Are they played out? Are people wearing them anymore? Yeah, as a little girl, we went to church at the Kingdom Hall. You had to wear tights. Yeah, it was tights. Whether they were the knit tights or the nylon tights or whatever. Yeah, it's like people not wearing, but that was a no. Absolutely, you had to wear some either pantyhose or stockings if you were wearing And that's the thing. That's why they came along with the idea of pumps. Yeah, especially as more women, especially by the '80s, going into the work world. But there was a time offices where there was a time when women couldn't wear pants. I can remember that in the office world. That is like if you worked in a like corporate setting or office where they might, for all I know, they might still be where you couldn't wear pants. I don't care if they were like dressy slacks that went to a suit. There was a time, yeah, and I can remember even well, by the time the 70s, yeah, my mom, I'm trying to think of what she wore, you know, as an RNA or as a CNA. I'm trying to think of what she wore. She would always have a white shoe polish. I think she wore pants. Yeah, because my mama, I don't think I ever remember her in a skirt. But yeah, what you say? What paintings? Oh yeah, the paintings. Mejor a la raza. That painting, yeah, the Redemption of Ham painting. Yeah, that is controversial. But I think that might have been real. Like some people really, even if it was a fictional depiction, but that might have been, it might have been some people. But yeah, this is the look, except for this is the look you were expected to like have right here. And she's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. This is the same woman, Hillary Jewell. But it's good that I'm seeing. I am seeing this more. But this isn't the look either, though. I don't know who this is, but I can't imagine this look either, though. Because she has blonde hair. I'm not used to seeing this look either. I don't think they would have been okay with this look either. Well, some people could argue with me that's not assimilation. But it does still have to do with you going along with the culture. It does still have something to do with you, you know, and we all, not just black people, but we all to some degree, we have all assimilated. We've all to some degree, we'd be lying if we didn't say that we didn't, the way we dressed, the way we didn't to some degree conform to the culture. All of us have had to do it. All right, all of us, when we go to job interviews and I know I have to put on my voice. I have to put on my I gotta. I'm not saying that I totally changed my accent, but you know that there's a voice that we have, and our interview voice, the way we'll talk in an interview. Okay, because it's about survival. So I'd be lying if I said that we haven't all to some male and female. Now with females, of course, this is the thing you gotta understand. It's a little more pressure when it comes to how we look. But there was a time, even with the men, like for instance, in entertainers, just male entertainers, where they were black male entertainers, where they were perming their hair or putting the lie or whatever, the conch or whatever in their hair, conch in their hair, how they called it. Now I don't know exactly if they felt the pressure, but maybe it did have that. I believe the way they look or how they felt society wanted them to look, expect them to look. Yeah, there was a time where, but then you had like an artist like Sam Cooke, who decided, yeah, and he became one of the first big pop stars, one of the earlier pop stars, but he eventually he wore his hair natural, you know. Now I don't know if that had to do with him eventually. I think he was doing that even before becoming associated or friends with people who were like of the Nation of Islam, but yeah, and I'm sure that was you know, him on TV with his hair looking natural, Sam Cooke. For those who don't know, of course, initially he had his hair perm, but eventually, yeah, he was one of the earlier Chicago. He became a pop star, one of the earlier pop stars. But he also eventually, you know, wearing his hair. I'm sure they wasn't used to that. Like seeing that on TV, they used to seeing, you know, like Nat King Cole having their hair. But yeah, there's a difference between appropriation. See, the thing is, the difference between like appropriation is, and why is it that people call it out? I don't give a damn, honestly, I don't give a damn if a white female wants to wear braids, okay? I really don't care. But I understand why. Now, if they were wearing braids and trying to talk a certain way and trying to mock us, then that'd be different. But really, I don't give a damn. It was funny. I shared one video of this white woman telling us how we telling us, schooling us on our on locks and all that. That was funny to me. I had to share that. But really, I don't give a damn. Okay. But I think the reason that of course, we're gonna say something because, see, I understand why Keisha is relaxing and perming her hair or straightening her hair. Okay. We are, you know, there were laws. See, this does have to, there were laws, Tenon laws. It's funny how we make fun of black women wearing bonnets and scarves in the public. But, you know, it was once law, like in Louisiana, the Tenon laws, that the black woman and those mixed with black Negro women and their offspring, their children, whether they were mixed or they had to cover their heads with scarves, the Tenon laws. When it's made, because, you know, they're white women who were insecure, and, you know, they felt that this was a way of downplaying or you know, our femininity. You see, that's the thing. That's because obviously you got some of these females. That's why they keep trying to come at our hair, the BDB. You know, yeah, I see you supporting that channel. You're so against the racism, but all that channel do, that exotic channel, all it does is just, that ain't got nothing to do with defending light skinned mixed women. They ain't got a damn thing to do with that. That channel has done nothing but just making fun of black women, mocking black women. And and you're so pathetic. Share that channel. You're sharing that channel. You're giving exposure to that channel. You want people to support that, which basically you want people to support that channel, which does nothing but make fun of black women natural features, not just making fun of us changing our hair, but the natural features. So don't tell me you're not racist. Don't tell me that you're not. Don't tell me that you got an issue with all the racism, but yet you support that. See, it's okay when it's at black women, though. And that's the only reason you got an issue. I know you hear me with the Mexican person, because deep down, you don't like what you see as the panda. Because you, okay, let me leave it alone. But hit dogs will holler. And we'll see. But anyways, yeah. But see, there was no when there have been laws, literally, yeah. See, because you got these, they so dependent. Like I said, on laundry, she can shave her head bald and still look better than half of y'all trying to crack on her. Okay, whether her lace is snatched or not, she still look better than you. I guarantee you that. Show yourself and prove me wrong, and not an AI image or not a filtered AI image or something. Show yourself and prove me wrong. while you're living vicariously through celebrities and AI images and all of that. Show yourself and prove and I, like I said, I'll give you your props. And I ain't talking a filtered version, so I gave props to a person that wasn't actually what they claimed. Because you know this AI is tricky. But anyways, yeah, yeah, see the thing is, like I said, I can understand, why Keisha, especially after centuries, after over a century of being put down, that there's a reason why our hair was called dreadlocks. Okay, like with those of the West Indies, they were referring to our hair as dreadful. Okay, which is why we should no longer refer to our hair as dreads or dreadlocks. And when they make laws, and that affects your survival, where you must cover your head, that's serious as hell. So of course, black people, it's expected that there are going to be some who are going to call out, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. The same hair, the same that you were making fun of, just like they'll talk about my struggle locks. Yeah, the channel you support, yeah. Then next thing you know, they get locks. Of course, we gonna say something. Now we've been felt pressured for years to perm and this and that our hair and damaging our hair even and all of that for the very same people to take on the styles that they told us, and the style that they told us were pickaninny. Yeah, they would make fun of how we do our little children's hair with the little pickaninny images in blackface of little black children, like with buckwheat, the little ways that we would do our hair, making fun of whether it's Bantu, not, and then the same styles or even the same kind of more textured looks. But again, like for instance, some young girl getting braids and everything, you got a right to wear your hair how you want to. She may not even know the history of, the Tina laws and all that stuff. She may just like this hairstyle. Yeah, so I'm not tripping really. Okay, I'm not really tripping. If white folks want to get locks, I really don't care. But I understand the general statement that's being made. You cannot try to make this comparison. Well, Nicki Minaj or this person is wearing a wig. You can't even try to make that comparison. Okay, because I understand Keisha's excuse. I can make an excuse for Keisha, or I can understand why Keisha may feel, especially I'm looking that you still, it was just the '90s Pam B2B jokes, and we're still trying to justify that. But what is Becky's excuse? That what people are saying is Becky, she never had this pressure to not wear her hair straight in its natural form. Has she ever felt pressure to look like us? No, we can't say the same. So what people will say, now I'm not saying it's always a case of assimilation. There are some people. Like I just didn't understand with that wig that Etta James. I never liked that look with the blonde wig that she wear. But maybe that was just her look. Some people, like with the Tina Turner wigs, well, it did start kind of with Ike Turner. Maybe he was thinking assimilation, but some people, that is just how they want to look. They feel that that's the style, that's their little signature or whatever. Yeah, some people, that's how they want to look. There are some people, like those people, who cut their hair really, really short and they wear it natural. Like, remember the Queen Latifah's girlfriend on Set It Off? Like, you got those people, they cut their hair short, they keep it natural, but they dye it platinum blonde. I never was really fond of that look. It looked okay on her, but usually I don't really, like how Lunel chooses. Yeah, she keeps it really, really short, but she keeps it blonde. Some people, that's just they look. That's how they choose to look. They just want to wear their hair blonde or pink or whatever, and it's not necessarily about them trying to be something they're not. Maybe they are trying to be different. Maybe they are being rebellious. Maybe they see themselves as not assimilating, but maybe they see themselves as just being rebellious, even, in wearing blonde hair or something that they're told they shouldn't. I don't know. But a lot of this goes back to assimilating, okay? Initially, it was more so about assimilating, becoming, like I showed you with the FBA site. And yeah, and in some cases, like we could say with Pocahontas, although I know this ain't how she really looked. Wait, hold on, let me close some of these images. Gosh, got all these images up. Got so many images up. Of course, we know they ain't saying how she really looked. But yeah, some people yeah could say that it wasn't even just assimilation, but she was groomed. Some people say our people to a degree was, groomed or brainwashed totally. Because you got to remember, for those who believe she was a traitor, she was also a 12-year-old child. Right, right, exactly. Roots and rhetoric. White women are celebrated by their people for wearing black hair. So, right. So of course we gonna say something, especially if that's why had to put something in my community tab. Wait, how the hell? Yeah, people on my page telling me you mix, but now you got to. It's talking about mind your business to a Latino, but y'all had Latinos and Latinas, trying to address, like when I had addressed the visions of Asian, and they got there. I'm like, I know, but he's still talking about like what. But it's okay for him to talk about. But now you got an issue with. Come on, that's not the real issue with this. With this, you got some. That's not the real issue you got with that dude. That's not what it's really about. I already know it. Let me leave it alone. Let me not be messy. But what's it really about? See, I know. See, woman to woman. Barbara, this is Shirley. Now, woman to woman, as I'm. I know what's up. I know what's up. I know what the real issue is, and it's also clout chasing. Let's just keep it real. I know what the real is. And even with the men that's going against them, I know what the real issue is. But but now it's like, but I said that was gonna happen. I said that, I said, yeah, the Latinos, yeah, can't wait till they take over this. I said that was gonna happen. Hint, hint. Those who know what I'm talking about, they know what I'm talking about. But I ain't even gonna say it. Ain't about me be afraid of saying that. Let me see. Hit dogs holler. I mean, doggo. I gotta say something. Hell no. Y'all gonna tell me, yeah. And now all of a sudden you got an issue with this. Now you got an issue. Ain't that a okay? Anyways. So of course I'm gonna have to call it out. I gotta call it out. Yeah, now I'm not saying that this is necessarily a case here on the right of assimilation, but it started with assimilation. And that still is the case in some cases. There are still cases where we feel pressured to wear our hair because I know with my experience that was in the that was in the 2000s when I decided, go from the weave to the kinky twist. That was not the McDonald's thing. Get the shit right. Get the story right. They talking about we're not thinking about you and no, but you are mentioning my name. But anyways, yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, so a similar yeah, we've all to some degree. But see, I realize that assimilation, it doesn't just stop at changing your hair and yeah, and like I showed y'all from the his official FBA site. You know, this is the Tariq site, the official FBA.com. He's showing you the example, like of the earlier times of the FBA and what became FBA. But you see, and I'm not saying that our people, our ancestors, would run around naked. No, I know better than that, especially knowing that we have Yasharel. But anybody can see that the way that they're dressing and looking here, although they look very lovely and everything, but they are, this is a result of assimilation, the Western world, because this is during the like Victorian era. I'm believing this is the late 19th, early 20th century photo, early days of photography. And it's a nice picture. I love seeing them engaging. I'm going to take this as an authentic picture and not AI. I'm going to take this as an authentic picture. I'm hoping that this is an AI. And I have not, it's not me speaking against this, but this is a result of assimilate. This is what happens. Yeah, your history taken, and yeah, this is the ethnogenesis that Tariq Nasheed is maybe talking about, right? But as you can see, there's still very much, yeah, it may have been an ethnogenesis, but genesis from what? Beginning of what? I mean, what is the main influence on the ethnicity? Yeah. Because this is pretty much, even with the way, even though their hair isn't, natural, but it's still the style. I'm looking at the style. It looks very similar to how a lot of the white women, and the manner of dress, even though it's appropriate, even though it's clean, looks clean and it looks nice, but I'm just saying. And obviously they're, they're speaking English. They're gonna be speaking English. Some Americanized form of English. However, we get to the main point. It's not just enough. There are those who believe it ain't just enough to change the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you dress, the way you look, the way you cook, the way you dance. The customs, your tradition, the way you worship. There are those who, that's not enough. That ain't enough. You've got to prove your loyalty all the way. There's some people who believe, and in some cases, there has been that pressure. So to fully assimilate, and like I said, it's understandable that we are going to to fully assimilate, you got to totally drop everything to do with who you originally were, or who your ancestors were, or everything. That's why see, I have to question this FBA, because they want our history to begin post slavery, or post kidnapping, post being enslaved in the Americas. Tariq Nasheed taking you back. Oh, it's earlier than 1619. Oh, yeah, that's a big difference. The 1500s. Wow, that's a major difference. That ain't that long ago, okay? Okay, comparatively speaking, that's not. That's just taking you back to a period, taking our history, limiting it to what came after oppression, what came after a new culture, language, and everything was forced on us. Maybe y'all are okay with that. There are some people, like I said, they're okay with that. They're okay. And it's understandable. Like I said, we've all to some degree, we've all in the workplace, we've all to some degree, when we for a job interview, we change our voices, the way we talk, we may drop and some say that that's not necessarily, assimilation. That's just being appropriate. That's just being, or consideration of consider, no, we've all to some degree, all right, have had to, assimilate to the, and not just black people, to some degree. And it says, and it's expected. And in our case, especially in our case, being that much of our history has been like totally, well, it hasn't been totally erased, but that's what we believe. But we're uncovering things, right? We've been uncovering things. And in the scriptures, like Psalm 83rd and 33rd Psalms, starting at verse 2, it says, "For lo, thine enemies," I'm just reading King James Version, "for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head." So understand, this was in the works years, decades, centuries, millennials. This was in the works years ago. Do you understand? From ancient times, our enemies were plotting. "For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel," like considered like Council of Nicaea and all that. "They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, Come and let us cut them off from being a nation." And when they're saying nation, they're not talking geography here, okay? They're talking lineage. Let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel, that's just modern, or Yasharel, may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent, and they are a confederate against thee. And it goes into talking about those who, the initial people, conspiring against us. But of course, we know it goes back to Satan the devil, but the initial people conspiring against us. First starting off with the tabernacles of Edom. So there have been different groups of people. I'm not saying that we should hate these people or anything, but there has been an effort. It's been part of a conspiracy to cut us off from who we are. That was part of a conspiracy. There have been other groups of people who have been enslaved, but to be like the way that we have been totally cut off from our language, from our, it's been such an extreme. But also it says, Deuteronomy 4, this was part of the curses, us breaking the covenant, wanting to be like the Gentiles, thus we were handed over to the Gentiles. And it says here, Deuteronomy chapter 4. I'm gonna read it as is, although no, I'm gonna say Yahuwah in place of Lord, because wherever you see Lord in capital letters like that, there was the Tetragrammaton where the words were replaced. What was YHWH, Yahuwah, and Yahuwah shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen. Heathen that referred to those of the Gentile nations. Like in Europe. Like the descendants of Japheth in Europe. And Yahuwah shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number, like a minority, like 13%, 10%. Ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither Yahuwah shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, the works of men's hands. Wood, think of the cross, wooden cross, the religion, that is Christianity, and stone. Think of the cobblestone, or what do you call that? Yeah, Islam. Which neither, and ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. So it's just basically saying that it was, of course, this is a result of what our ancestors, not directly our fault, but so maybe you should rethink worshiping the ancestors. But we do need to acknowledge them. Yeah, because we wanted to be like the Gentiles, so we were given over to them. So many of us, the descendants, now we're forced to pretty much assimilate. So it is expected. It's expected. But yeah, like I said, but understand it's when we wake up and realize who we are and go back to keeping the covenant, not just realize who we are, but go back to keeping the covenant, the curses will be broken. But, and that's why it's important that we embrace who we are as Yasharel. But anyways, going into what I was saying, yeah, there are not just our people, but people, all people, they feel that to totally be on the side of white. And remember, I said this is something more esoteric. What whiteness supposedly represent, just like what red represents. Understand? This is something a little more esoteric. But to be on the side of what is white and white being equated to right, you understand? If you're white, you're right. If you all right. Remember that saying, if you're black, get back. If you're brown, stick around. Remember they say that? But to be on the side of all that is considered white, I'm not even just talking skin, light skin. Again, it's more esoteric. You got to fully assimilate, not just in how you dress and how you talk and your language and all of that. Or even, hey, Adam Guidry, even your religion, you got to, go all the way with it. You got to go all the way with it. The Potawatomi, again, like, I know this ain't how Pocahontas looked, but I was told, that she's, with the Native Americans, she's not necessarily seen as a hero, but more like a traitor. Like, like I said, when Turk Nasheed be calling black women who are forced to, bed wenches and all of that. But she was a child. Again, she was a child. Pocahontas, that is. She was a child. Okay? That's what people got to remember. But yeah, I had also learned, speaking of Native Americans, I had learned, the Potawatomi, they're very much respected in Wisconsin. The Potawatomi Native American tribe, Indian tribe, they have their own, they've given them, like they got the Potawatomi Casino in Milwaukee, and they seem to be this respected or regarded Native American group in Wisconsin. But I had learned something. Why is it that they, okay, let me see. How do you spell it? Potawatomi. Yeah, okay. I had learned something about the history with the Potawatomi in Wisconsin. Why it is that they so regarded or respected or whatever. I had learned that the Potawatomi, one of the reasons why the Potawatomi is, hold on. They're supposedly shown this favor or love in Wisconsin, this particular Native American tribe. I had learned because they had, it's been a minute since I learned it. So, like, they had went against another Native tribe on behalf of white people. So they showed their loyalty. Yeah, yeah. We talk about raccoons but there's traitors. There are raccoons, if you will, in every group of people. There are traitors. But yeah, that's what I recall learning. That they went against another group of natives on behalf of the white people. That's what I learned. Oh, wow. Is this an authentic picture? Yeah, this looks indigenous for real. Doggone it. I tried to open a picture, not download it. I hate when you try to open something and it downloads instead. But yeah, like, I guess what they're saying is some see them as, I'm not talking about all people. If you happen to be of that sin, I'm not trying to This is a, let me see. Let me see if I can look up more on that. Maybe if I put it in the word trailers. Where did I learn that? Where did I learn that? Okay, let me see if I can find something on it. Some Native Americans, okay, I found that article. Some Native Americans draw shocked response over contract to design immigration detention centers. Okay, the Prairie Brand Potawatomi Nation, whose ancestors, before I share this, let me make sure I got this right. The Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, whose ancestors were uprooted by the U.S. from the Great Lakes region in the 1830s. Yeah, Great Lakes, you think around, like states like Wisconsin, Illinois, are facing outrage from fellow Native Americans over plans to profit from another forced removal. Okay, this is something I'm reading from December 14th, 2025. I'm reading from Politico.com. Politico.com. All right, and the article that I'm reading, some Native Americans draw shocked response over contract to design immigration detention centers. Okay, the Prairie Brand Potawatomi Nation, whose ancestors were uprooted by the U.S. from the Great Lakes region in the 1830s, are facing outrage from fellow Native Americans over plans to profit from another forced removal. President Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign. A newly established tribal business entity quietly signed a nearly $30 million federal contract in October to come up with an early design for immigrant detention centers across the U.S. amid the backlash the tribe says it's trying to get out of it. Okay, let me see. Let me get down to what it is I'm looking for. I don't mean to sound to be ignorant, but let me see. Okay, tribal Joseph. Okay, tribal chairman Joseph Zeke Rupnick, alluded to the time when federal agents forcibly removed hundreds of Prairie Band Potawatomi families from their homes and ultimately corralled them on a reservation just north of Topeka. I guess that's, yeah, Kansas. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get to what I'm looking for there. Okay, what are they talking about? The criticism has been so intense. We are known across the nation now as traitors and treasonous to another race of people, said Ray Rice. No, this ain't what I'm looking for. No, this ain't what I'm looking for. I don't mean to sound like I'm digging for gossip, but no, I know I learned that from somewhere. I learned that from somewhere. Okay, I see something in Quora, but I'd rather cite Quora.com. You see, did anyone try to convince the Native Americans to fight the British during the Revolutionary War? If y'all know what I'm talking about, I just recall learning that. Sometime in my life, I recall learning that, or reading that on the Potawatomi. The Oneida Nation. Okay, I see some here. The Oneida Nation was one of the few tribes to side with the colonies. Okay, I've never even heard of that tribe. Oneida, Oneida. If I'm saying it correctly, the Oneida Nation wasn't one of the few tribes to side with the colonies, but for the most part, Indians were neutral, avoided conflict, or sided with the British. For the Oneida, it cost them during the war. Philip Schuyler, well known in the Albany area and of a family with a long heritage and good relations with the tribe. Okay. No, I was trying to look more specifically. I had learned this with a Potawatomi. But let me take you. This one woman, I've recommended her channel before. Now she's a woman, predominantly Caucasian, but yeah, she's a mixed and she's a mixed descent, or yeah, she's what she says she is. Well, she primarily identifies as Italian, but she has like Louisiana Creole ancestry, which includes some African ancestry. Although she acknowledges that she's for the most part Italian. Uh, you know, yeah. But she has. I really like her channel. I really one of the few channels left that addresses, like, if you're interested in race and history and background and society and culture, but more she's talking more about the United States, or what is now, yeah, the United States of America. More, about race and culture and ethnicity and DNA and lineage, all in relation to, American history and society. And I really like her channel. It doesn't seem, I don't believe that there are any puppet strings. Any, you know, yeah, I think that she is a person who, kind of like myself, just really, really curious and just really want to know the truth and want to know what's been hidden, want to, and it just started with her, I believe, finding out things about herself. Now, I know that there was a time Italians, like even in the early 20th century, were not considered white. And I know what that was about. And I've shared this with you guys. Because they had that Moorish, come on, many of them had that Moorish ancestry. And we know the Moors were black. All right. I haven't just said this, I've proved this. And not just from Afrocentric sources. Not at all from Afrocentric sources. And I've went to scholastic sources, not just like what an author, some white author, or their opinion. I've went to dictionaries. It didn't say Berber back then. Okay, they weren't using that term in describing the Moors back then. I've went to various dictionaries, encyclopedias. I go to the older sources. These are the scholastic sources telling you that the Moors were black or Negro. All right. I'm not saying they were the same, though, particularly, especially if we're talking about those of the Iberian Peninsula. I'm not necessarily saying that these were necessarily our direct ancestors, let's say as a black American, because not all black people are the same. I understand that. But they were indeed, anthropologically speaking, black. They would even be put in the category of Negro, even. That's fact. Like I said, Arab, now from the Bible, Arab means mixed. That's wanderer, mixed nations, mixed people. Not necessarily, not always mixed, not even just mixed race, but you had certain lineages of black people, or people who would be put in the same racial category, different nations, as in lineages coming together, because it was more about lineage, like who your forefathers were. Was it Abraham? Was it was it Lot? Was it Ham? Was it, you get what I'm saying? Was it Amalek? Who's your daddy? That's what it was originally about. Not just how you look, because pretty much all the people all over the planet had darker skin and even curlier hair. But anyways, she has very interesting. Now, like I said, I knew that the Italians, they weren't always considered white. In fact, they called them soiled Caucasian because they didn't see them as pure Caucasians. Remember, I talked about that. Because of their it's mainly because of their Moorish ancestry. That's why. That many of them have, especially if they're from southern Italy. Now, of course, that wouldn't come up on a DNA test result because they're just going to match them up with the current populations. They may also be kind of matched up with some people in North Africa, but, But anyways, okay, now I knew about the Italians, but I did not know that the Greeks, I did not know that the Greeks, those who, in America, she had showed the census form. I was trying to find, where did she get that video? I was trying to find a particular video. But she had showed, I can't find it now, right now, but she has showed like a census form or some sort of documentation, some sort of legal documentation from the early 20th century, like from, I believe it was like from the early 1900s. And yeah, like before World War II, definitely. And it had show where they had white, Caucasian, and then they had Greek, and then they had Italian. They had it like totally separate. Now I could have made, I might have expected. I already knew with Italian, but I didn't know with Greek. I was like, oh, that's interesting. They. I think they even had it separate from Caucasian. Yes, I need to. Wish I could remember exactly. You see, I was trying to search it here. The channel is NYTN, and I noticed they've been coming at her channel because they just don't like. She hasn't been attacking anyone or anything like that. But they've been coming at her because they just don't want these truths to be uncovered. This isn't obviously, you know, she's not a channel that would be promoted by YouTube, but she did garner her nearly 200,000 subscribers, and I think she's very deserving of it. She's put a lot of effort and research. It's messed up because she was so open and sharing her family and kind of like how I was, and sharing her name. So some people have been harassing her, like threatening her. Where a minute ago, she's about to shut down her channel. I'm glad she's came back and continuing what she's doing. Yeah, I hear you, Reeve. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know what you're saying. You're saying our African scholars have been teaching this history for decades. Oh yeah. But you know what? I remember some people with the Ancient Egypt series. I don't know if you remember, but there were some people kind of criticizing me with my Egyptians were burnt Caucasian that got a lot of views. They were kind of criticizing me. They felt that I didn't share enough African scholars or black scholars, right? They felt, even though I did, I mean, the obvious Sheik Anta Diop, even I did, that's not, but I said, you got to understand, they like to make the claim, they mock us, taunt us with the we was kings and all that. They like to make the claim that, oh, this is Afrocentric mumble jumble. I love using their sources to debunk their lies. I love using their source since they don't trust it, since they don't trust it coming from us, from our scholars, and despite how it doesn't matter how educated we are, they ain't gonna trust it. So I love using, so they can't say that this is Afrocentric mumbo jumbo, or they can't come with that we was king. They still try though. But no. This is what the dictionary of your people. These are the scholastic sources. This is what we're teaching. This is what your dictionaries in your libraries, the library of your people or Caucasian people. This is what they have. This is what they say. This is what your historian said. This is how Herodotus described them. This is how this is even what Blumenbach and Miners said in describing these people. Now what? Didn't do nothing. We was kings. Didn't do nothing. Like okay. Hey, Yapo. Oh, okay. I'm glad to see your presence, my brother. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be setting up a new channel, and I'm gonna give me a whole new email address and everything. By the way, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna totally, yeah. Cause I see, with YouTube, I think I gotta have a totally, and plus I've lost it. May not try to do the Gmail thing anymore. But yeah, she has some very interesting videos, and I'm one of those people. Just I just like learning. I like people just like to learn, and they have that really. I was a child with fascination, curiosity when it came to travel and to different places, and I just couldn't go these different places and stuff. So I always loved learning about different cultures and different, I just I love. I've always wanted to be a detective, well, a lawyer. As I saw the movie Jagged Edge, and uncovering things. That's how I can bring the receipts because that's something, I used to specialize in. I love finding hidden gems. And like I said, when I did the Ancient Egypt series, that's what it was confirmed who we were as Yasharel, because in that case, there was information coming to me, and me doing the research then, I had information coming to me that I was not seeking necessarily. And I was like, and it was blowing my mind. I was just trying to debunk. Now, I had been taught, from my one brother since the 80s that we were the descendants of Israel, Yasharel. I just wasn't really convinced. I didn't, because I was told also by, my auntie was Jehovah's Witness, and, like it shouldn't really matter. It's more about the spirit. But it's no coincidence that that information was coming to me. I don't, because I had to do a lot of research for those videos. Things I already knew, but I had to, download it, get an understanding of cranial indices. I had to do set up mathematic formulas. I had to do all that to understand cross-section hair trigonometry. A lot of work, but then it was information coming to me as I was, like, dang, it was crazy. But anyways, and that's probably what happened to her. And her looking into her family and finding out that she had like a, black ancestry, uh, yeah. So it's gonna make you wanna like learn more. But that's the type of person I am anyway. Okay. All right. And I also want to contribute. I also want to contribute to your publication. I ask you, okay, I'm gonna look for you, Yapo Yap. I'm gonna look for you in one of my. Please post to me. Actually, post on my other channel. I don't know if you're subscribed to my other. What did I call that channel? Now I made that the Lashid for your receipts channel, because that's the channel that I usually be over. Like when I get messages. Oh boy, I don't want to tell too many people that. But yeah, so post to me, like tag me or post to me like in one of my videos. I'm gonna look out for it. Look out for messages. Yeah, because that's the thing. When I leave, this I only come here live stream, and yeah, because this was my original channel. I just ain't really the channel I hang out on. I don't even look at my subscriptions no more, even though this was my original channel that I got back. It's just not the same over here. I really would like to go further on the other channel, And I'm gonna set up another one. The Lashid for your receipts. You just type it in, search by channel. Wow, it's crazy. So many people still hadn't discovered the other channel after I lost this channel. Yeah. And a lot of my original subscribers, they gone from this channel. It is what it is. I lost over like 3,000 subs. This channel was shut down. But and they know what they're doing. But yeah, but that was interesting. What she had showed that the Greeks were not considered. I was like, oh, okay, now that I did not know. I did not know. And I'm trying to find that video. She's got one how the Greeks became white in America. I'm trying to find where she showed this. Why I make videos about becoming white. I gotta check this out. I don't know if I saw this video, but yeah, I was trying to find it. This is her channel. It's just NYTN. You can type it in. Um, she got some. See, look, she got an interesting one here, and I gotta check this out. I don't know if I seen this 3 years ago, or it's a short. Let's see what this say here. Let's check this out. Why Indians fought to be white in America. Interesting. Let's check this out. Fair use, fair use.
Honestly, is the fact. I think one of the biggest takeaways for me in this story, honestly, is the fact that.
Wait, should I speed it up? Just in case.
It wasn't just you have to be white to be a citizen. You can be white or African, but not anything in between.
See, basically white or black. See, it's something more esoteric. You got to get with this or that. You got to be red or blue. Do you understand? Even though there's so much diversity, this is not just it's this is more esoteric. This is more symbolic. It's more esoteric than we realize, and it's almost like forcing you to choose a side. Almost where people feeling kind of forced to choose a side. Hey, Benzoy, you weren't here earlier. Hey, glad you're here though.
And I think this just goes to show how dangerous these binary groupings are.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, when people are feeling forced to assimilate. But what is exactly, how far do we need to assimilate, or feel pressure to assimilate? Right. I used to get sick of that song. My brother thought I was crazy, like I'm supposed to like that. I'm so tired. You can get with this or you can get with that. They used to play that to death. But yeah, it's like you got to choose a side. You must choose a side.
Biggest takeaways for me in this story, honestly, is the fact that it wasn't just you have to be white to be a citizen. You can be white or African, but not anything in between. And I think this just goes to show how dangerous these binary groupings are. I think.
Now, don't get me wrong. Now, with the scriptures, we know that we can't be like when it comes. Yeah, there are certain things you can't be balanced or neutral or in between. Like when it comes to our service to the Most High, we got to be all the way in balance. We got to be all the way. It is a thing. You got to get with this, or we can't be lukewarm. So yeah, when it comes to certain things, like when it comes to our faith, yeah, you got to represent. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not one of these, new age. Oh, I accept this. I accept that. I'm in between. And no, don't get me wrong. I'm clear. I don't want to be, and I'm okay with being unambiguous when it comes to certain things. Do you understand? I'm not, But I understand what's being said. I understand what's being said here. But let me share this, how the Greeks became white, what she's saying here, at least at the beginning.
If he proves himself a man and acquires wealth and cleans his he, the Greek man, if he proves himself a man and acquires wealth and cleans himself up, very well we might receive him in a generation or two. There really hasn't ever been a purely white America. What has happened is the definition of white has shifted and shifted.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed. And the definition of black. But yeah, that's something I have definitely noticed. How, yeah, they change when convenient. Just like with the Hamitic hypothesis. 1 minute we were the cursed descendants of Ham. Then the next thing Ham actually, they are, yes, so even black people, even people who we phenotypically, we were definitely categorized by phenotype as black, have, and I've shown this, you know what I'm going to go to, where they've had to, or they felt pressure to classify as white, even though looking at them on the surface, we would think offhand black. But they have felt that they've had to classify as Caucasian or basically white. And I know there are people, well, just because you're Caucasian doesn't mean you're white, but in the United States, all right, like I said, also white, white is very, in the United States. Do you understand? Okay, anyways.
It really hasn't ever been. There really hasn't ever been a purely white America. What has happened is the definition of white has shifted and shifted and shifted. Hi, I'm Danielle Lerner. Thank you so much for being with me here on our channel where we talk about American identity and family stories and really try to get to the bottom of knowing who we are and knowing who our neighbor is so that we can love our neighbor better and empathize with our neighbor better. And I'm so glad to have you here with me.
Okay, I'm just trying to, oh wait, they're not giving me the timeline and stuff. But yeah, I'm just.
KK posted her memories after the white supremacists sharing what I've learned with you. And so this is in 2017. Dina Korometes, the daughter of one of the Greeks who was targeted by the KKK, posted her memories after the white supremacists attacked Charlottesville, Virginia. And this is what this woman was saying. And I was from the church. She said, my grandfather was one of the immigrants in whose front yard in Muncie, Indiana, once had a cross burned on it by men in white hoods. Our family has not let this story die. My papu, I think that's how you say it, let me know, owned a local shoe shine stand, and when he looked down at the feet of the hooded KKK haters in his front yard, he recognized them all by their shoes, calling them by name. He then proceeded to inform them that their children played together. So we moved there from California when I was 9 years old. By high school age, I would hear some of my classmates talking as they walked by the family dry cleaner, ridiculing my uncle who had olive skin and kinky dark hair, calling him Bosco. At the time, that was the name of chocolate mixture that you poured into milk. And my father, who owned a piano business and employed a piano tuner, sometimes would be told
So
to find.
even though he had what they now would refer to as olive skin, like a Mediterranean complexion, he had dark. But did she say kinky? Yeah. So that's telling you also that the Greeks, I'm going to assume that it definitely in ancient time. I don't believe they looked like. I'm not saying that they were quote unquote black like us, but I really don't believe in ancient time they look like Brad Pitt, or I really don't believe that. I believe actually that they may have had ruddier skin. Even when you look at like Grecian art, ancient art of, like whether it's pottery on pottery or whatever of ancient Greece, you can tell even that depiction of Alexander the Greek that you see, you can tell that they didn't quite look like, at least when we're talking complexion and hair texture. Features, perhaps, like when we talk about the Roman profile, but when it came to, like complexion and hair texture, yeah, that's what I was saying. Remember the quote of Benjamin Franklin.
My uncle, who had olive skin and kinky dark hair, calling him Bosco. At the time, that was the name of chocolate mixture that you poured into milk. And my father, who owned a piano business and employed a piano tuner, sometimes would be told to find someone else to tune their piano because they did not want a black man in their home. This is just to point out that, yeah, someone can have the legal standing of white stamped on their birth certificate, stamped on whatever, and that's not the lived experience that we have there. And so there's this tension that I think is important to look at.
So you believe the Macedonians were white? Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay. I know that these are descendants of Japheth's son Javan, right? Am I right? I'm gonna be honest. I believe that Shem, Ham, and Japheth would have been racially put in the category of quote unquote black. Even if I'm not saying it, they're totally different people. Like when we look at the images of the Etruscans, so I'm going to assume, being that just like we know the Grecians are related to the Romans, ancient, I'm assuming, and I believe that they're both descendants of Javan. Yeah.
The early 20th century. We're going to first start in South Omaha, Nebraska. And
okay, but I just wanted to share some of that. But yeah, yeah, it's very, come back and look at these, even if I've seen them before, just listen again. I think it's very, very interesting. So you see, just in referring, and so let's say if you're dealing with this where you denied opportunities to work and make money, you're being called black, even if you're not exactly black, so now black is being associated with rejection, discrimination, anything close to black, even if the person's skin isn't. Okay, all right, but well, post to me, like just leave a post in one of my videos, like an older video, so that I can just see it and I get it in notifications. I'm actually looking at this video here from that channel because for one, I went on played the YouTube Premium, tired of these ads. I never thought I'd be paying YouTube, and I feel owed by YouTube. So yeah, and sharing. Oh, she 18%. Oh, okay, that's pretty higher than I thought with her. That's pretty significant if she's 18% matched up with sub-Saharan Africa. And see, that's not even considering. See, even though she may have DNA matchup with with the population of Portugal, let's say, they're not going to her quote unquote black DNA is not going to be. I don't think it's limited to 18% because they're not going to consider the, you know, those of the black ancestors of Portugal. They're not going to consider that. They're just going to match you up with current populations. Although there are tests like where you can, be matched up with ancient DNA, where they take the DNA of, like from tombs and Somehow they, able to get the DNA from like mummies and all that. And you find out that there were different populations in these lands. They definitely found that out with Egypt, ancient DNA. But yeah, she also has this. I found this to be very interesting. I didn't think about it. Remember how Frank Sinatra was called Old Blue Eyes? Understand, Frank Sinatra, around the time, like World War II, after World War II, Frank Sinatra became this big singing sensation. Frankie, I remember the cartoons, skinny Italian kid. But he was eventually referred to as Old Blue Eyes. What was the big deal about his eyes being blue? Like, but yeah, I was like, wow, okay, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I know that he was referred to as Old Blue Eyes, but obviously there was a reason why they wanted to remind people. Because remember what we learned about with the suburbs. I'm gonna play a piece of that again as well. Remember what we learned about how the suburbs became. The suburbs, being suburban, began to define whiteness, right? After World War II, and these suburbs were established for white people to relocate to, and all that could come along. And eventually, people who were not considered part of the white community, now they could be considered white. Like Greek, people who are Greek, Italian, Jewish. They can now be even of it. Yeah, that's another thing too. Whiteness was also associated with Protestant. And that's why do you think St. Patrick is celebrated? American holiday. He was, what was it? Because Protestant also began to be associated more so with whiteness. Even though that whole teaching with the curse of Ham and stuff. Yeah, even though that was definitely something that was a big deal with the Catholic Church. But when we think, white races now in America, we think the Protestant. But is it a coincidence that the KKK costume looks like the same garb that they wear in Spain during the Holy Week? And we know that in Spain they're Catholic. Come on, you think that's a coincidence? That's no coincidence. That's representing the red dragon. And when you think about what do they call the KKK, what they call it, the Grand Dragon. Hey, Mr. K. What? They said FBA's invented hair locks. What? I can show you in the Bible. Solomon, and Samson, locks. I know they now try to trick you. Well, locks just mean a group of hair. No, Samson was described as having 7 locks. His hair was never cut. That means he had free-form locks. They have changed it in latter translation, braids. But no, it was locks. The hair locked. That's what it meant. It didn't just mean like a bundle of hair. Because even when you look at Goldilocks and the 3 Bears, that little hairstyle, that's kind of emulating that little Goldilocks hairstyle. That emulates our locks. The hair, it's called locked for a reason because the hair locked. Samson's hair, that's how it was people that was upset. They had some Netflix Bible series and they had Samson portrayed as a black man. And some people, Samson, Solomon, my loved one, and I explained with Solomon that white and ruddy. It was not white and ruddy. White was not the original Hebrew word that was used. My beloved is white and ruddy. No. I gotta do a whole separate one that on the Song of Solomon. But yeah, saying how his locks were bushy and black as raven. Not only were they locked, the hair with locks, but it was described as bushy and black as raven. Yeah, you say he was a Nazareth as well. Yeah. So for him to have 7 locks, those were obviously free-form locks. It was just a thing of just not cutting the hair and eventually the hair locking. The FBA think they invented mac and cheese. But okay, all right, okay, that's fine. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. That ain't something I looked into. Whoever invented it, thanks. And I understand. I know people think I'm a traitor. Why do you want to give your? It's not about that, y'all. It's not about that. I know why people are doing this. Don't get me wrong. I am one of those. I will argue people to the teeth. On house music. I find myself arguing with New Yorkers. So don't get me wrong. I'm very prideful, especially when it comes to something that I believe originated in Chicago. So I get it. I get it. We all may get a little like that. But this it's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Goodness. Are we flexing on mac and cheese though? It's good, don't get me wrong. Thank you, whoever. But are we seriously flexing on mac and cheese? Come on now. Now I see. I say hip hop. The music form. That's a bigger flex. You know. But I mean, if they're just talking about inventors, I would be okay with that, or what they believe originated. That I'd be okay with that. But that don't usually be the focus. It always got to be we did this and you didn't do that, or we are better than you. Or it's got to be the if it was really a thing of okay, I'm going to focus on Black American history and people in Black American history that you didn't know about, and mac and cheese and this and that. I would be okay with it, even if I'd be totally okay with that. Like, oh, that's cool. But no, that's not the focus. They only want to focus when they want to flex. Basically, okay, they saying FBA is saying they invented mac and cheese, and Africans only started eating mac and cheese because of them. Uh, okay. So what? Are we gonna brag about getting Africans to eat pig feet? No, I don't think so. Would we brag about that? No, I don't think so. Now let me stop, because people gonna think I'm a traitor and then that's the thing too. I'm supposed to get my feelings hurt because of Africans saying y'all eat pig feet. Yeah, my grandma was so southern. She gave us pig feet. I never liked it, but pickled pig feet. We would have that for breakfast. My grandmama was so southern. We would have seriously had that for breakfast. But do you think I'm gonna get my feelings hurt because of African? You eat pig feet and like Tariq Nasheed, you are rich. You making all Well, I guess you could say rich compared to a lot of people. You got this platform. Why would you even center that? That's what I'm saying. I can see somebody like me. I'm nobody up in here responding to that. But why would you even allow that to be the focus of a whole video? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, is that serious? Yeah, just reaching for any reason to prove how we're supposedly better than, or show how much they supposedly hate us, or how we're so much better than them and they biting off us and all this stuff. Come on now. You're reaching too many people to be focused on that. On a caller, a single caller who has no position of power. That's the stuff expected for us little YouTubers underground to be doing, the little back and forth stuff with nobodies or people who we know we're not gonna ever really meet or have any real influence over our lives. But oh yeah, I'm sorry. On Frank Sinatra, yeah. So you gotta understand the Edomite slash Khazar powers that be. They understand that if you control the media along with the banks, You got to first get control of the banks. But they understood that if you control the media, you can control the world. And Frank Sinatra, this entertainer who was definitely promoted around and after the time of World War II, he was definitely big, going into the 1950s. And he happened to be Italian. Also, there were, certain you had the Italians and Jewish actors, were part of like uh, the Rat Pack. But yeah, but like you had singers like Perry Como but yeah, definitely promoting Frank Sinatra and eventually him being referred to as Old Blue Eyes. And he became like, I guess, like a heartthrob. How young was he? Was he a teenager back then? Because I remember the cartoons. They would be making fun of him because he was so skinny, but the girls, like the little anthropomorphic animals characters, they'd be screaming Frankie, like all the females, Frankie. He's singing over this little skinny singer with this like beautiful voice. But so in a way, he kind of, even before we had what we call pop music, he kind of also became one of the earlier, I guess you could say, becoming even not just a crooner, but a pop singer in a way, superstar, a teenage heartthrob, even like, yeah. And I think the promotion of him, don't get me wrong, he was talented, but I think it was purposely, to also part of an agenda to have them see Italians as official white people. Do you understand what I'm saying? But listen to some of what she's saying here. And this, I was like, wow, this was very, very, one of her definitely more interesting videos on how Sinatra made Italians white in America. Very interesting.
Sinatra rise up and take a lot of Italian Americans with him. Here's the thing, but top walk. I mean, it's a play on a racial slur, and it was to kind of highlight though his dual identity, not taking it too seriously. And look, I'm a walk, but I'm the top walk. And he also had that nickname Old Blue Eyes, which kind of further emphasized his appeal to white Americans. So his ability to kind of navigate these cultural things that really helped Sinatra rise up and take a lot of Italian Americans with him. Here's the thing that I found about Sinatra, which is super weird, and I don't know if I can totally verify this, but that he actually had more tan skin and very dark hair. Pictures of young Sinatra show him with his thick dark hair. You can't really see the blue eyes, and at first, as his career grew, he began to be photographed and displayed a little bit in a different way. And very rarely as an adult did you see Frank Sinatra with his natural hair out. Usually he had a hat pulled down so you couldn't see his dark hair, or keeping his hair really short. And so I kind of thought about the way that he was being presented, right? He's being sold. He's being sold to the American public, and they bought it up. One of Sinatra's albums, Nothing But the Best, has actually a really heavily edited photograph on him, where there's claims that his skin was lightened in this photograph, his blue eyes were emphasized and brightened to look more blue, his teeth were whitened, and his dark hair is invisible under the hat, and he looks all American. His blue eyes were kind of the focal point of his entire career, right? His all blue eyes. And I don't know, what was this? Was this focusing on a distinctly more like white feature, having blue eyes, making him more attractive? I don't know. It's super interesting. Dean Martin also successfully whitened his identity while maintaining Italian heritage, right? But he renamed himself from the very ethnic Dino Cricchetti to the whiter, more American-sounding Dean Martin. He even went so far as to make his appearance less ethnic-looking by getting plastic surgery to reduce the size of his nose. So when we have people complaining about how, there's this rise in plastic surgery and you can't believe how people are behaving, it's like this has been going on for a while. And
I believe that cosmetic surgery, I definitely believe that it wasn't just about to quote beautify yourself, but it was about assimilation. And because you got to think about it. In the Bible, like, there are references to fair women. That didn't mean white. Fair just meant beautiful. Usually beautiful in relation to a young woman. Usually it'd be a young woman. Youthful female beauty, usually referred to as fair. Okay? Usually like if she was a virgin. But it just meant beautiful. When did fair mean white? Like who changed it to mean white? And even when you think of fairy tales, when did you got to understand, when did the story Snow White, wasn't that Hans Christian Andersen? When did it originate? The original, or let me see, Snow White, The origin. Okay, actually, it's a. I thought it went further back, but yeah, actually, it's a. Oh, Brothers Grimm, actually. Brothers Grimm from the 1812. So notice how, yeah, it happened to be the 1800s after the Enlightenment, illuminated era, Illuminati era, 1812. You have this German. Oh, and it originated, yeah, the Brothers Grimm. Oh, it's German. Oh, yeah, where the concept of race, as we know it today, was concocted. Germany. No surprise. Snow White originated as a 19th, just going by what Wiki sharing real here, a 19th century German fairy tale published by the Brothers Grimm in their 1812 collection. Yeah, so definitely around this time in the 1800s, they were definitely pushing the idea, yeah. Because remember, initially slavery, slavery of our people, it wasn't about race, but definitely by like after 1776 for sure, around the time of the Enlightenment era and all that, and then I believe before that you had the scientific era, and before that, right before the Renaissance, which was really the opening for the ideas of white supremacy through the art and all that, and then definitely it became more scientific even by the 19th century or the 1800s. Yeah, so no surprise, this comes out of Germany. This tale of Snow White, and we still tell it to our kids. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And we've learned to equate. Now we got our kids equating fairness or beauty with whiteness. Her name is Snow White. And that's what makes her more beautiful. And you got this queen who is jealous. Even though, like in the Disney film, I felt the queen was beautiful. But even though she was evil, but she's not as white as Snow White. I'm lighter than you. She's not as white. So that's automatic. She's not as white as Snow White. Does Snow White is, yeah, this idea of whiteness, purity. And then they make it something esoteric. And then they make it, yeah. Like, why is straighter hair, why is that referred to as fine hair? Think about it. Why is it referred to as fine hair? Yeah, I was just looking up with Snow White. So yeah, I believe cosmetic surgery. See, and they want you to equate beauty, like you got these so-called beauty influencers up in here, or these pretty privileged talking people, and and it's very obvious that they're not happy with, they got to use all these filters and all this stuff, you know. They have to remind themselves that they're lighter than, or they're whatever, they're sending out bat signals, hoping white people discover their channels of them talking terribly about. And, there are people who actually do beauty influencer channels. I could show some of them I maybe even subscribe to, and they're actually talking about. They're talking more on health, like things you do with your skin, and they're talking about makeup and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But these people here, who supposedly they hit the lottery, but yet they're all filtered up and they're all, you know what I'm saying? Or they're using celebrity images. Cold Black. Yeah, that was a hit, wasn't it, Yapo? They said we don't talk about that, and I love cartooning, but I know the history. But they said that was a big hit around the time of World War II. There was a big hit in the theaters, Cold Black and the Seven Dwarfs. But I believe, yeah, Looney Tunes. They had of all them cartoons, and I ain't gonna lie, I love. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But I think Looney Tunes was the worst with the racism. I think the most celebrated. Like now we think Space Jam stuff, but they were actually the worst. Warner Brothers. I got a feeling about Warner Brothers, period, because I'm thinking Prince. I believe they had something to do with Prince being taken out. But they were the worst. Way worse than like MGM, the Tom and Jerry. Way worse. So I just looking at something recently, like, dang, they got away with that. You could tell because even there was the racism with Tom and Jerry, the MGM cartoons. But I have a feeling that they did have black people. I could tell black people were actually working with. MGM, on them Tom and Jerry and Hanna-Barbera now. Because at least Hanna-Barbera, at least they did, if you want to say, redeem themselves with like cartoons like Mr. T and, the Harlem Globetrotters. But of course, that earlier stuff was racist with Tom and Jerry and MGM stuff. But I could tell that black people actually worked with them MGM cartoons. You can't tell me a black person didn't work on the wall with the Zoot Suit Cat. You can't tell me there wasn't some sort of black writer or influence or something. Is you is or is you ain't my baby. But that actually was a song. But I had a feeling, especially them ones from the 1940s, them Tom and Jerry, where they had all the jazz music playing and stuff. Oh yeah, jazz. No, it was not. um, if we were to talk about the original, who can be, we can debate on who is the original father of jazz. Okay, because I seen something recently. Like, okay, I may not be all that up on jazz, but I know that you're wrong if you think that this person is the father, the OG of jazz. But that's another discussion. Yeah, that. But you know what? That's yes, yeah, they did have. That's questionable about that person who was behind the death of Static Shock. But that's decades later. That's after the. See, Hanna Barbera was still alive. That's after all the original people, with the original Warner Brothers or whatever, dead with the Static Shock. But at least we can say while Hanna Barbera were still alive, they, you know. Oh wait, I forgot about Disney. Disney might be even worse than Warner Brothers. So you saying Mammy Two Shoes started out at Disney, then went to MGM. The black maid that over Tom and Jerry. That's no surprise. I remember I've been wanting to see Fantasia because with Disney didn't just show reruns of their cartoons. You had to pay for Disney or you got to buy the movie. So I had never saw. It wasn't until my 30s that I saw Bambi finally. But because even when my mom tried to get the Disney Channel, she was so disappointed because it wasn't. She was expecting to see like back to back Cinderella and Snow White, and it wasn't that, and she was disappointed. But okay, I finally, I rented Fantasia because I love, I'm an artist. I love the colors. I love. I've always wanted to see. I still ain't seen the Blue Man Group. Why ain't I seen the Blue Man Group? But I love colors and stuff, and yeah, I finally saw it in my 30s. I'm like, how could they traumatize kids with Bambi? But yeah, and I'm watching with my daughter, and I did not expect this. I did not expect, the little part, because it's Fantasia. I thought it was just, yeah, now I would watch all the wizardry and stuff now that I know with all the occultism. And yeah, I also didn't expect that part at the end with Dante's Inferno. But I'm watching this raw, unedited, right? Unedited. Rented it. What was this, late 90s or early 2000s? Yeah, watching with my daughter. Did not expect this part where they had the little centaurs, like human, horse, half woman, half horse. I did not expect that part in Fantasia where they had the centaurs, the pretty white centaurs. They were like half white woman, half princess, half horse, I always felt that was creepy. The idea of an animal, half human. Now, anthropomorphic cartoon character, that's funny, but stuff like that where it's like that's creepy to me. Yeah, maybe it only that doesn't creep me out is the mermaid, but even if the origin mermaid stuff. But yeah, they had the little, you know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about with the little. Hold on, the little racist part in the Fantasia. I did not expect that because this was. I think they got it edited now. So imagine you're watching with your little girl. See, this is stuff that, and this part right here. Where they have got the little black, and got it like a child. That's what's messed up. It's a black child, like centaur. But she's picking any, make sure she got hoop earrings. You gotta have the hoop earrings. And the picking any, making mockery of our hairstyle. And and she's polishing the hooves. Not only, she's short in it, she's like a child, got a child working, and she's polishing her hooves, and she's her servant. They even showing the little centaur getting that little attitude at one point. So imagine you're watching with your black daughter. I'm like, oh gosh. Now I knew, usually when I watch Tom and Jerry and stuff like that, I know what to prepare for. But I wasn't prepared, like watching my daughter with this part. Like, oh boy. I gotta explain. And she's like following her around. And she's taking care of her. Like, and you see, they don't even have consideration for the children. But we're supposed to be like, oh, ain't this cute? Like, I remember when I was a teenager and saw Gone with the Wind, saw a part in Gone with the Wind. I was like, I can't watch this mess no more. I was a teenager, and it was Gone with the Wind. And they always had that, and when they had a list of the best movies ever, that's always up there with Citizen Kane. I haven't seen Citizen Kane. But Gone with the Wind is usually listed number one. That's white folks love that. But it was a scene in Gone with the Wind. I don't know if I can find it. But they showed, and it's supposed to be an endearing, touching scene where they are all the white females laying there. They're all tired. It's hot. And they're laying sleeping peacefully. But they have black children standing, fanning them. I was so mad when I saw that as a teenager. I didn't laugh. I was so ticked off when I saw that scene. I said, I can't. Wait, we were watching it. The hell was watching it. It was in the group home. I was so ticked off seeing that. I was like, I can't watch this ish. Well, they know better than to list Birth of a Nation. That's one of them things they kind of didn't want you to know about. But oh yeah, they love Gone with the Wind. That movie was making me so mad, and it's so long. Miss Scarlet, Miss Scarlet, Miss Scarlet. Oh, that was making me mad. That really brought a rebel out in me as a I don't know if I could. Yeah, they were like all laying here peacefully. And had little black children. I was so mad. And I was like, to know that we had to do this in real life. Just like I remember learning that, to keep their feet warm, they would have little black children laying at their feet to cover their feet, to keep their feet warm. Just like how they had us as bed warmers. And then they had this nice little music playing. Like we were supposed to be, oh, aren't they lovely? They're resting people. So this little black girl got to stand there and fan them. Oh my gosh. Hold on, y'all. I want y'all to be triggered as I was triggered. I want y'all to be triggered like how I was triggered. I know I'm wrong for this. Because we ain't supposed to be triggering our people. Wonder if they got that scene in YouTube. I can't find it. I don't think they. And you know what they claim with Clark Gable. But we'll keep that. I thought I saw something even with Vivian Lee. Possibly. But we'll keep that a secret. I think it's been confirmed with Clark. I was never so in watching a movie. Yeah, they not. Well, we got the image here. This is the image. I don't think I can find the footage. This is the image. They had little black children. At least one I'm trying to remember. But yeah, fanning them. So I guess what? She had to stand there all night fanning them. They had different black children fanning them as they sleeping. To know they had us doing this kind of stuff. You know that they had us actually doing this stuff. Black people, kids, using children to lay at their feet to keep their feet warm, like with cats or something. But I was so mad. And so, imagine now we're in 90s, 2000, early 2000. I'm watching this with my daughter. Now I gotta, like, oh gosh. Oh gosh. I gotta explain. And see, little images like that, like they don't get it. They don't understand why we assimilate, why we do our hair the way we do. They think that they can mock us. But regardless of what I explained to my daughter, you think that's not gonna still have some sort of effect? You think that's still not gonna, be embedded in her? As if, the black girl you're supposed to be, even as a child, a servant to them, help them be more beautiful or whatever. I'm gonna tell you, Now I was in the girls' home. They had us watching it. They had us watching it. It was pissing me off. I don't call my mom ever watching it. Gone with it. Now we would watch every Easter the Ten Commandments, even though I now know the truth that Moses didn't like, and I still love the Ten Commandments, but the Cecil B. DeMille 1950s version. But we never sat when they would air Gone with the Wind on TV. We never sat and watched it. They made us watch that in the group home. I remember there used to be this white staff member, and she used to always take us black kids that was in the group home. She loved taking us riding at, to see Christmas lights and, in these suburban neighborhoods. Maybe she just liked it. But I began to realize that she liked getting off on watching our reaction to the beautiful homes. It's a long movie, I'm going to tell you that. Gone with the Wind is a long movie. But whenever they have, hold on. Bet you if they had a list of best movies, hold on. I don't know how to put it. I'll just say best movies of all time. I don't know. I'll just put it like that. I don't know. Maybe it's changed. But whenever they used to have, what they saying, the Shawshank Redemption was voted as the best movie. I don't know. How are they going to rank this now? But they always used to have, let me see. I noticed they would always have like Gone with the Wind #1. It probably changed. It's probably, they probably, but they'd have like, I know Citizen Kane, they'd have, let me see what they got here. Okay, they got something here, American Film Institute. Okay, I see that they're no longer saying Gone with the Wind #1. But it is #4. Yeah, they'll have Casablanca up there. Okay, so now they got, I still ain't seen Citizen Kane. So now they have #1, well, I guess, what's commonly said, or in Casablanca #2, The Godfather #3, the first one, I guess. Gone with the Wind #4. But you see, it's still in the top 5. It's still in the top 5. Look, Fantasia over here. Some of these movies, like It's a Wonderful Life, didn't do as good when it first came out. But yeah, I notice whenever there's a list of the greatest movies, Gone with the Wind is usually going to be in the top 5. White folks love that movie. They love that movie. I seen Casablanca, but I was a child. So I was a kid. So I can't remember it like that. Something, how certain things you saw, it played over and over, or your mom, because back then when they used to on TV, you still see like black and white movies. You didn't have to have Turner Movie Classics or, but I can't remember it like that. I just remember like certain scenes and stuff. But you said funniest movie of all time was Roots. Okay, are you trying to be funny? That's the thing. Are you trying to be funny? Because I know when I detect that sarcastic humor. And there's certain people known for their sarcastic being using sarcasm to be funny. But yeah, getting back to what I was saying on no, I have not seen Braveheart. I know the con. I haven't seen Braveheart. I know I should have, but I haven't seen Braveheart. Being honest. He said if our heartbeat. Now you know that ain't gonna be listed up here. But you say okay, top comedy. Okay, yeah, Blazing Saddles. Yeah, yeah, definitely up there at the top. Even though some people like, how could you? All the. I'm okay with the because actually that movie made white people look. But see, I don't want movies to be all politically correct. That's not the thing. You don't have to be. Show like I appreciate shows like All in the Family. Show real white people. I appreciate a show like All in the Family. I do. Even with these cartoons, though, I don't want them changed. Don't change. Don't edit these movies. Don't do that. Leave them cartoons the way they were originally made because we need to see and know history. Okay? Maybe there could be a disclaimer or you just don't show it at all. But don't be trying to change, change the black woman on Tom and Jerry with a white woman, an Irish woman, or whatever they try to do. Change that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Leave it as it is. Like that's how I discovered about the African Dodger through a Popeye episode some years ago. Something I didn't notice before. To know, so that caused me to dig deeper and find out that they were actually doing this at carnivals. Hit the Nigger baby and all that stuff. It caused me to dig deep. If I hadn't seen that card, and this was in recent, y'all remember I came up in here and shared a video on it. I was like, wow, I'm seeing this card, and I've seen that Popeye cartoon a million times. I just didn't pay attention. But see, no, don't try to change, because a lot of times they make it seem, remember Ted Turner, he was doing all this changing thing, people getting upset, and, changing movies and censoring this and editing that. No, don't do that. Keep it in its raw form. All of these movies and stuff. If it's too offensive, don't show it or have a disclaimer so we can prepare, when we're watching it with our children. But don't change. See, also, for one, I'm an artist. And as an artist, I respect that you shouldn't change artwork, people's artwork, whether I agree or disagree with it. Also, I believe that they're doing this not out of just consideration for us, but they want to erase history. Like even with Aunt Jemima, it's better that they see now she's no longer on the box. Don't just give her a perm. See, all they did was just made her even more so assimilated. Remember in the 90s? See, when I was a kid, Aunt Jemima had the scarf on her head and Mrs. Butterworth. But they tried to change it around the early 90s. They gave her a perm and some earrings. Like that's better. And see, now they've totally removed Aunt Jemima altogether. I don't know how they've been selling, but well, no, leave it. Right, exactly. A lot of times, I don't think that when they doing these changes, I don't think they doing this out of consideration for us. They just want to cover up. Don't want us to know that's how bad they were, or that's how bad things were. That they would even have depict a child as some little slave in what's supposedly an innocent cartoon. No, leave it the way it is. Leave it exactly. I feel like this. If it's too bad, then don't show it ever again. But leave it alone, because this is also showing us history. It's showing us history. Don't try to erase history and try to and then that's the way they can tell us that it wasn't that bad. See, these cartoons were a reflection. Because they've been using cartoons for years, comics and all that, for propaganda as well. That's been one of the strongest forms of propaganda, cartoons, whether cartoons and comic strips and all of that. even before you had cinema, whether it was in newspaper publishings using little cartoon images, whether it's blackface or whatever. It definitely showed you a glimpse of what was going on in society, even if these are caricatures. Just like with the little, people, you didn't understand why you would see a little black baby with an alligator, and I guess that's supposed to be funny. And then you really do your research. This stuff was really going on. So show us what was really happening. When you really, yes, I wouldn't have. I was watching, and that's when I came up in here and I decided to do a video about it because I said, let me do some research. And I learned about the African Dodger, something that was at carnivals. And it was discontinued up until the 1960s. Crazy. It blew my mind when I found out. But yeah, I'm sorry, going back to, oh goodness, this is much longer. It's taking much longer than. I got to get it together or make an outline or something. I've gotten so lazy with these live streams. But what was it where she was talking on? Yeah. Yeah, so like she was saying, I definitely believe cosmetic surgery, it wasn't just initially about making yourself or correcting something, what you see as an imperfection or beauty, or a flaw or whatever, make yourself more beautiful. It went hand in hand. Yeah, it may have been also about that, but notice the beauty went hand in hand with assimilating. As we know, some of our, the people, the people who initially established Hollywood were Jewish people. Let's keep it real. And many of the actors, there's a lot of actors who were, who were our ish. Like I didn't know, like Captain Kirk, William Shatner. I did not know. But yeah, earlier on, a lot of these, that's where the origin of the name changing. Now we were taught that they changed their names in Hollywood to sound more catchy or to help them become more famous with a catchier name. And yeah, that was the case. Like I believe with Marilyn Monroe, Norma, you think like a dowdy woman. But originally, I believe that the whole name changing, not using your real name or concocting a whole new name, I believe that was about assimilation. That was about trying to hide your ish name or your German name, or you understand what I'm saying? Like we know also that there are celebrities like those of even the golden Hollywood. We know that they were actually, like, I'm not gonna lie though. Now, Rita Moreno, who is, from the 50, 60, going back to West Side Story, and understand by this time, Italians were seen as white. You had Lola Brigida, they were pretty much seen as white people now. So the actress Rita Moreno, I really thought she was Italian. I remember she was on the Electric Company, and I guess her start was in West Side, but she was playing a Latino and Puerto Rican in the West Side Story, right? But I thought she was an Italian playing it, her name or It wasn't until more recent years find out that she's like, she wasn't really Italian. She's Latina. A lot of people, Raquel Welch, or they're part, they're mixed with, or they got a parent, Linda Carter. Now, I'm not saying that they're not white or they're not predominantly white, but yeah, like a lot of them who were ish, or they were, they changed their names, and they also changed their noses and, features to look more Anglo, if you will. This is all a part of assimilation. So this is Dean Martin. See, this is Dean Martin I only knew over here on the right. So with the cosmetic surgery, we want to talk about people being fake, and that goes way back. That's interesting. Yeah, Frank Sinatra, looking at him, you wouldn't think Italian.
I don't know if I can totally verify this, but that he actually had more tan skin and very dark hair. Pictures of young Sinatra show him with his thick dark hair. He can't really see the blue eyes. And at first, as his career grew, he began to be photographed and displayed a little in a different way. And very rarely an adult did you see Frank Sinatra with his natural hair out. Usually had a hat pulled down so you couldn't see his dark hair.
Sorry, I'm eating
Really
salad.
short. And so I kind of thought about the way that he was being presented, that he's being sold to the American public, and they bought it up. One of Sinatra's albums, Nothing But the Best, has actually a really heavily edited photograph on him, where there's claims that his skin was lightened in this photograph, his blue eyes were emphasized and brightened to like look more blue, his teeth were white, and his dark hair is invisible under the hat, and he looks all-American. His blue eyes were kind of the focal point of his entire career, right? His old blue eyes. And I don't know, what was this? Was this focusing on distinctly more like white features, having blue eyes, making him more attractive? I don't know. It's super interesting. Dean Martin also successfully went while maintaining Italian heritage, right? But he renamed himself from the very ethnic Dino Crocetti to the whiter, more American sounding Dean Martin. He even went so far as to make his appearance less ethnic by getting plastic surgery to reduce the size of his nose. So we have people complaining about how there's rising plastic surgery, and we can't believe people are behaving. This has been going on for a while. And Dean Martin's album covers and films is very similar to Frank Sinatra, where he's being shown non-ethnic, right? But later in Dean Martin's career, he actually released albums using his real name. Sinatra's mastery of the English language also was proven. He became a musician that defined the standards genre music that white Americans loved for generations. And these English standards proved that Sinatra was in touch with what America wanted. American standards were totally different than traditional Italian songs of maybe Sinatra's childhood. And so this is a strategic choice that helped him to be accepted. The success of
It's funny you say that. What was the music of Italy like when because I think of the song, those popular songs by Italian American artists like of the 1950s and stuff. Those seem to me like the whitest songs. Those seem to be like some of the whitest songs. How lucky can one guy be? Oh, wait. Well, they seem to be like some of the whitest songs. Like, yeah, what's so Italian, original Italian music? Now when you really think about it. I'm trying to think.
Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin.
Okay, yeah, I know that you did have those who are a little more representative of the culture, like Leela, what was her name, who just died? Lola Brigida, right?
Yes, they were incredibly talented, but they also had this ability to navigate and transform the perception of their ethnic identity here in the United States. It's not much of an exaggeration to say the Rat Pack with Frank Sinatra. They desegregated Las Vegas, basically, the Las Vegas music scene. Basically, they would tell venues that they wouldn't perform, so the venue would lose the entire Rat Pack if Sammy Davis Jr. wasn't allowed to have equal accommodations, and that threatened their pocketbooks. And these venues, for the most part, they're in it for money above all else. And Frank Sinatra was a fervent anti-racist, and he was an early activist. He refused to stay at hotels, and he refused to play at clubs that didn't admit black people. And so due to his relentless and tireless efforts, Las Vegas actually became pretty quickly integrated.
Sammy always, okay. All right. Okay, Louis Prima promoted more gritty jazz. I heard, that's where I feel bad. I need to be a little more up on jazz. Yeah, of course, I know all these guys, they still alive. Who was the last of to pass? Was it Dean Martin or Jerry Lewis? Well, he was part of he was, we could say Jerry Lewis was part of now Jerry Lewis was Jewish. My auntie used to love Jerry Lewis, thought he was the funniest, but come to find out I believe he was a jerk, hosting them. Right, that's the more now. Okay, that I would say that that's more okay. That sounds a little more, I guess you could say, ethnic. But a lot of them other songs, they sounded very white. When the moon hits your eye, maybe because I'm hearing bigger pizza pie, and maybe I'm yeah, because I'm trying to get an idea of what would be original Italian music. Like I'm trying to get an idea. Um, but yeah, yeah, and see the ultimate. Well, like I said, I had learned, but I got to get more verification that the Potawatomi, the reason that they are as favored as they are, and they've been granted certain things in the state of Wisconsin. I was told that they fought like with white people against another native tribe or other native tribes, like they were like traitors, and that's how they were granted this favor. But being that I can't quite find the source, I'm gonna leave that alone. But yeah, you best believe there were I know we usually see Native Americans as dying on their feet or standing strong. And I'm not saying that they didn't, but there were traitors even within the Native American. And we do know there were Native American slave owners, of our people even. Yeah, that's showing, family a little more assimilated. Of course, the powers that be, of course, they're gonna have an effect on how you look, how you dress. That's expected. That's expected. But see, there are those. See, some feel that you are not fully assimilated, and if you want to become a part of white society and what is really considered white, you got to go all the way. Allow yourself to be diluted out. Separate yourself from your people. Okay, another way they trick us into, oh, we're all American. Now, don't get me wrong. I do know that the concept of race is just concocted. There was no concept of race. The scripture, it speaks on your lineage, but this concept of race, that is just all vain. So trust me, I understand that. But you have those who they're not sincere when they tell you, oh, this shouldn't matter, it shouldn't be blind. So that's the beginning of getting you to. I think that's like the beginning of getting you to disconnect. But you got to go further than that. You got to go further than assimilating. You have to. Okay, like there's a uh 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 you got to go further. There's a publication. Let's read into it. Wikipedia. There's a publication. All right, from 1995. Let me see if I find it. Show you the screenshot. How the Irish became. Doggone it. I'm sure you've seen or may have read. But let me give you detail on it. How the Irish became white. And also, I had did a video debunking white cargo and the claims that became popular these last, couple of 2 decades. Well, yeah, the publication "How the Irish Became White," I'm just reading from Wikipedia, is a nonfiction book by Noel Ignatieff. Forgive me if any mispronunciations. Okay, but it was first published in 1995. Okay, and it is based on Ignatieff's PhD thesis at Harvard University, and is considered a cultural classic study by many historians of racial and ethnic history. How the Irish Became White traces the Irish immigrant experience in the United States, starting as outcasts from the white Protestant majority. You see, why do you think we celebrate? Like, think for one, that's another thing. In the United States, or what became the United States, whiteness was even more so associated with Protestant. it became more associated with Protestant. Okay, and we know that the KKK were Protestant. And many of the churches we go to are stemmed from the Protestant. But you would not have had the Protestants if you didn't have the Catholics. All right. Two wings on the same, two different wings, same evil bird. But anyways, all right. Starting out as outcasts from the white Protestant majority in the 19th century, only to become enthusiastic. Okay, how the Irish became white traces the Irish immigrant experience in the United States. Starting as outcasts from the white Protestant majority in the 19th century, only to become enthusiastic proponents of America's racist society. Okay, because understand, like I had to respond with Just Pearly Things, who's from Chicago or the outskirts of Chicago. She claiming she's Irish and her people are Irish, or she's half Irish, half German or whatever. But her people are Irish. That's what she's mainly claiming. And I remember a coworker of mine. She was a white woman saying she's Irish, had nothing to do with slavery. That's what they claim, nothing to do with slavery. Even though, yeah, that's what the claim is, right? That they were, in fact, their people were oppressed. Now we know that their people did go through some oppression. Okay, not the same as with us, but we do know. Yeah, but they let them tell it. They're innocent. They had nothing to do with yeah. And I debunked because there's a lot of memes and pictures that have become popular, going viral with claims of, oh, this is the Irish on a slave plantation, and I've debunked, and many others have debunked these photos and showed you the true origin and all of that. Oh, yeah, jerk. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. I put that in the top five too. But yeah, I'm sorry, chewing this lettuce. But it's kind of crunchy. Um, let me stop before I end up choking while I'm talking. Uh, yeah, but I was like, so I had to respond, like when Just Pearly Things called herself schooling a black girl on African history, talking about roots and all that. We all know the claims with roots and everything. Actually, it was worse. Yeah, roots wasn't actually this true story we were told, but actually, actually, what happened to black folks was actually worse. But okay, nonetheless, uh, yeah. But she was trying to talk about, in harping on her people being Irish, and I'm like, interesting. And you're also from Chicago. Your people are also from Chicago, and if you know anything about the history of Irish and the racist ish, who do you think were the main people committing the acts of massacre and looting and all, with the 1919 Chicago riots, which is what sparked the Red Summer, leading to Tulsa, Wall Street, Black Wall Street. But it was more so sparked, even though before that you had the St. Louis riots. But 1919, what really sparked the Red Summer was the Chicago quote unquote riots or massacre. This was before Rosewood. This was before Black Wall Street. It was sparked off the Chicago riots. And you had these Irish gangs. It was what was these people? Hamburg also. There was the, but yeah, you had these Irish gangs, and there's some evidence that Richard Daley's people, Mayor Richard Daley, who Martin Luther King went against, he's Irish. Some of his people were part of the Irish gangs, the little Irish mafia gangs. Exactly. Thanks for pointing that out, Yapo. That's how they became cops. Right. Basically, like that overseer in Roots, since we mentioned in Roots. It's a good name. Your name is Toby. It's a good name. Yeah, went from overseer to officer. When you consider out what was really behind the formation of labor unions. Yeah, because people don't know. Like with the Chicago Tribune, and what's interesting, as we know, Chicago's first non-native settler was a black or biracial man of Haitian descent. But yet still, yeah. Yeah, when you know about the history with Chicago and the Irish, but yeah, the now Chicago Tribune. I noticed that my family never got the Chicago Tribune. We would get the Sun Times newspaper, but yeah, it's like you kind of knew that the Chicago Tribune was more associated with white folks. There was two main newspapers in Chicago, the Sun Times and the Tribune. And my family always got the Sun Times. I never knew black people to get the Tribune. So I took the history of Chicago class and learned about the Tribune kind of being a little racist. I was like, oh, I knew it. I knew it was something. I never really saw black people get the Tribune newspaper. But anyways, the Tribune, yeah, like when there was this Great Chicago Fire, like what was I did a report on it too. I did a presentation for a class. Yeah, for my history of Chicago class. We rocked it. Great PowerPoint I put together and everything. But yeah, the typical the story that you know now, they claim it was about Miss O'Leary, the O'Leary family, their cow kicked over an oil lamp or something. So, but I learned what I had learned, that it was believed that that was made up so that they could target the Irish, being that the O'Learys was this Irish family that had like a farm or whatever, and they wanted to target the O'Learys by concocting that story, right? Because they were Irish, and yeah. So that's just that's just like the evidence of the discrimination that they faced. Yeah. Um. But yeah, it says here, further reading. Oh gosh, wait, I gotta close all these tabs. I got too many tabs open. I don't know where I am. Gosh, I still got a ton of tabs open. But okay, again, it says how the Irish became white traces the Irish immigrant experience in the United States, starting as outcasts from the white Protestant majority in the 19th century, only to become enthusiastic proponents of America's racist society. When asked why he wrote the book, he explained, the country is divided into masters and slaves. See, white versus black, yin versus yang, red versus blue. The country is divided into masters and slaves. A big political problem is that many of the slaves think they are masters, or at least side with the masters at crucial moments because they think they are white. And remember, there's that question, if there's, like, even with the biracial, if there's a race riot, what side you're going to be on and all that. And it's funny, since there's more and more of these talk in more recent years of an upcoming race war, it's no coincidence that you're having, there are more and more biracial people I'm seeing, or just mixed people, stressing hard. It's not so much of just stressing that I'm mixed or biracial, but they got to keep stressing. They feel they got to keep stressing, I'm not black, I'm not black. Okay. Like as if that's in the back of their mind. Like they feel that they can't pick an in between. Okay. Like as if they feel they got to announce, they want someone more to hear this. Okay. Consider the culture. Okay. The country is divided into masters and slaves. A big political problem is that many of the slaves think they are masters, or at least side with the masters at crucial moments because they think they are white. I wanted to understand why the Irish, coming from conditions about as bad as could be imagined, and thrown into low positions when they arrived, came to side with the oppressor rather than with the oppressed. Imagine how history might have been different had the Irish, the unskilled labor force of the North, and the slaves, the unskilled labor force of the South, been unified. I hope that understanding why that didn't happen in the past might open up new possibilities next time. Okay. How the Irish Became White found an immediate audience. Mumia Abu Jabal, the radio personality serving a life sentence in the murder of Daniel Faulkner, an Irish American Philadelphia police officer, wrote a blurb for the book. I learned a great deal about Philadelphia history, Irish anti black history. It has its residence in police black relations, and one can see May 13th an historical echo of the torching of abolition and black Masonic buildings a century before and its subsequent instant and historic whitewash. It provides a powerful historical perspective from which to view the city of brotherly love. Okay, so yeah, that was on how the Irish became white. Um, so some see assimilation. Yeah, and let me just show you also. Uh, yeah, well, they had to send in. This is Chicago, the Chicago riots. And you see all that black folks had established, the communities. Yeah, these are black people's homes. They're looting and of course there were deaths. Started from an incident in Lake Michigan where a young man was unalived. And this is what, popped off. Oh wow. First victim in Chicago's 1919 race riot receives a grave marker. Yeah, where's the young? Yeah, Eugene Williams, age 17 years old. He just happened to cross over, and they were looking for a reason in the swimming area in Lake Michigan. He just happened to cross that line and swimming. But you gotta understand, there was a time, the Irish, they were also seeing them, and I've talked about this before. If you notice, they would depict them in cartoons as like with productism. There was a time, they considered them there were racist depictions, like showing them here, like, see, they're not quite like us. They have facial. If you notice, even with cartoons, I would notice they would depict them as having like kind of facial prototypism. I remember even seeing something questioning, like, could Shrek have been like Irish? I don't know what with Mike Myers' accent is like slipping. But, yeah, like this right here, when racism becoming a little more supposedly scientific. Irish Iberian, Iberian, say use the term. Anglo-Teutonic, Negro. Notice, see, that was another thing they would really look at and determine when they really begin to narrow down what a so-called Negro is and compared to other Ethiops or black people. the prognatism, the facial prognatism. They were really looking at that. They kind of even begin to look at that in skull shape, even more so than complexion. The facial prognatism. And we could say, well, can you blame them for, assimilating if, can you blame them for when you're under such pressure? Whatever. But see, this is the ultimate right here with the Mustafa Hefni, where now remember we've been talking about with people who come over to this country who are black, who would definitely be racially categorized as black. And this brother, as we know, he came over, Mustafa Hefni, he came over in the 70s to the United States from Egypt. So, even though before he may have identified more so first by his religion, now, when he references Arab, he's referencing religion, but an ethnicity. But he came to the United States. I'm sure he had a different experience, especially during that time. He came over during the time, it was the 70s. We were quote unquote black now, wearing afros and all that. And I'm sure he, experienced the racial profiling and all that in the United States. But like I said, who no telling when you have black people, even if they're from Nigeria, no telling how they're talked to about our people. Now, somebody was in the chat room yesterday. They went as far as saying that they show a movie or something, like to black people migrating here, like showing hood neighborhood depictions from the 80s, like probably showing crack cocaine ridden areas, like to scare them. I don't know if that's true. I actually tried to look into that. I couldn't find anything verifying that. So I was like, no way. Last night I had to kind of look into that. But no telling, okay, and he's going to talk about it and see how they even threatened his survival, him being an educator, like he will lose his job, lose his livelihood, like that's affecting your survival. Telling him, now you could clearly see this man could be in your black family, even, especially when we're talking black American. Now, I'm not saying he's exactly like us, obviously. He's more, I would say more Hamitic and Shemitic. But he's more representative of the indigenous original Egyptians. He said, I'm a black man from Egypt. My black African ancestors founded Egypt. He has a channel, but I haven't seen him active in a minute, so I hope he's okay. Because I followed him on Facebook and all that. And I, first talked about him in my Ancient Egypt series. But here's a video. This I shared in my series on Ancient Egypt. See, they're telling him, now you can clearly, so do you think black, white, do you think it's just about our skin color? No, it's something deeper. That's what I'm saying. Do you think it's just about melanin? No, it's about something else.
I'm a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. In Egypt, people are identified by the religion first, not the race. So in Egypt, if you are Christian, you are a minority person. But if you're black, you're not a minority person. You are a part of the mainstream society. And I came from this background. And in Egypt, you identify as Arab and as Muslim. And in this country, when I first came, I identified myself as Arab American and Muslim first. And gradually, I became to identify myself as black. I came to the US in 1978. And I became U.S. citizen in 1985. When I became a U.S. resident, I was told by the immigration naturalization that I am white. And I told
So he was told, he told by immigration naturalization, you're white. So you see, it's not just about skin color. You see, they're telling him he's white. He didn't even say Caucasian. He said they told him this is 70s now. They told him, so by the 1970s, if you were Egyptian, I guess you could be seen. So how many people in the United States? Because I remember they showed like Kamala Harris' parents, or at least one of her parents listed as Caucasian. How many, when they say that the Caucasian population in the United States is like 70%, maybe it's not totally what we think. How many people, because you know they list people from, I don't know, like people in India. Let's say if you're from India. Because there was a point where black and white, they start looking at things like, oh, supposedly this shape, like they look at this man's shape of his skull, right? Because his skull is not as dolichocephalic or dolicephalic. I'd say I may be mispronouncing, but dolichocephalic.
told them that I'm black, and they said no. Told 1985. When I became a U.S. resident, I was still not myself as black. I came to the U.S. in 1978, and I became U.S. citizen in 1985. When I became a U.S. resident, I was told by the immigration naturalization that I am white.
So, it was 1985. So, in 1985, so even though he's been here since like the 70s, 1985, okay, I was like a preteen at that time. They're telling him that, that he's white. So what is white really now?
And I told them that I'm black, and they said, no, in this country, you are white. All Arabs in this country, all Arab immigrants are white. I didn't pay much attention in the beginning to this, because in the Arab world, we identify with our ethnicity first as Arabs, and then with the race second.
Right. Arab, like Latino, it's like an ethnicity. Now, Arab in the Bible, originally coming from the word Arab, meaning mixed. Because you had these nations that mixed together. They may have all been black originally, like the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the Ishmaelites. They may have originally been black. Well, I know in the case of the Ishmaelites and the Moabites, but they came together.
As black or white or whatever. But in this country, and then with the race world, we identify with our ethnicity first as Arabs, and then with the race second as black or white or whatever. But in this country, you identify with your racial group first, and then with your ethnicity second. Gradually, I became black first and Arab second. And I rejected my white classification publicly for the first time in 1987, in February, as a panelist in a function sponsored by the Association of the Study of Black Life and History in Detroit. I said that I belong to two minority groups. I'm Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I work for a white school district. The superintendent is white, all the associate superintendents are white, even though that we provide services to 30% black population.
And you see, he said he was harassed. So you know that meant also threatened. That's affecting his survival. So how many people, like let's say in the state of Michigan, or Minnesota, where I know I've been to the Mall of America, and there's a high Somalian, there are a lot of people from the Horn of Africa there. That's why they, been trying to target with the ICE and everything. So he's an exception. I can imagine the majority just let's say they came to this country around the time he came here, I could imagine them just, okay, I'm white, just to, survive, just to,
But the organization is white and the approach is white. All the associate superintendents I work, I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I work for a white school district. The superintendent is white. All the associate superintendents are white, even though that we provide services to 30% black population. But the organization is white and the approach is very white. The attitude towards me changed completely after I went out publicly and rejected my white classification. One coworker came to me and told me, a white coworker came to me and told me right after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over. He said, you have nothing to do with these people, you have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle, you have nothing to do with them. These people lie and steal. When I see one of them in my neighborhood, I call the police.
So this is what he's told. Now, these are from people, he worked for the Board of Education. He worked for the school system. These are the people who are controlling the school system in Detroit, Michigan, where he was working. So what the hell do you think they teaching the children? Like Malcolm X said, only a fool let their enemies teach their children. So if they telling him that, and this guy is educated, he's an educator, and they're telling him that these people come from the jungle and they have no history, and these are people that's over the educational system, and they're telling him, a grown man, and telling him, yeah. And then just telling him he's white. So what do you? This is the Detroit, Michigan school system, and this is when I was in school. Do you understand? This was 1987. I was a teenager by that time. Now I believe Chicago's a little different, but I'm assuming maybe Detroit is a little more like kind of Milwaukee.
And I was told by the director of general education, who is retired now.
The director of general education. This is the director of general education spewing this racist garbage. So that tells you about the school system. That's ridiculous.
In 88, I was told by him that I get people angry when I say that I'm black Egyptian. If I just say that I'm Egyptian, I would get along. I have to see one of them.
See, also you got to understand, they want to stress the point, especially by this time. Now, before they were teaching, oh, we enslaved, we the cursed descendants of Ham, right? That's what they were putting in our heads, right? But now it was convenient to just drop the Bible altogether, even though the Bible don't teach that. But with the theories of Darwinism, survival of the fittest, Darwinism, racist, which is what led to eventually, first they were teaching pre-Adamic, and then saying that we actually were small. But yeah, because now around this also, and it was an ish man behind that, the Seligman theory, he's going to talk about it now, that you know what, because they couldn't keep holding on to this idea that we only come from Ham, because then they'd have to attribute all the civilizations. They know that the Grecians and, yeah, even if the Moors learned things from Grecians, the Grecians learned everything that they learned. The Romans, Grecians, going back to the ancient African civilizations of Kush, and Nubia, and Mitzrayim, Egypt. So they had to, okay, we got to convince everyone that the descendants of Ham, they were just these dark Caucasians. We're going to go by the shape of their skull or whatever. We'll focus more on that, not so much skin. We'll focus on the shape of the skull. And to convince people, we will continue to dilute out these nations so that they get whiter and whiter, so that people will go by what they see today or what they think they see today.
You have nothing to do with them. Don't keep my mouth after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over. He said, you have nothing to do with these people, you have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle, you have nothing to do with them. These people lie and steal. When I see one of them in my neighborhood, I call the police.
What the hell they got to do? See, him telling them that, see, that's feeding in his head. And so he was hoping also that in telling them that he would feel flattered. Okay, see, you're not like these people. I'm trying to tell you that you're different. See, these people lie and steal. You don't lie and steal. So just say you're one of us, just say you're white, just say you're Caucasian, or just say you're Egyptian. Just say you're Egyptian. Stop saying you. So in making this little comparison and talking about how that's what they were doing with the golden sphere and thinking they knew damn well that I'm not mixed. They know damn well, they could see my features clearly. But they thought that just looking at my complexion alone, they knew damn well what they were doing. I need to, because I got all the receipts on all that. I'm very tempted to show. Yeah, they want to talk about, Latinos stay out of business. They had a Latino telling me I'm mixed. They were thinking because it was other black people. See, you got these exoticals. They want to hear. Like they had this one light-skinned female that was with them. They want to hear that they are flattered by that. They want to hear. So they can dig way in their great. Like I said, they wanted me to be like, hey, yeah, I did hear I had Indian or something in me. That's what they were hoping they would get, that kind of response. And then I would just join while they sit and talk about, dark-skinned women or whatever. Sitting with fully black men even. Let's see, we ain't gonna talk about that, but I got the receipts on that. Now they got an issue when their men are now sitting and talking about how they preference for Latina and Asian women. Oh, that's all it's really about. It's all it's about. That's all. I see what's going on. That's all it's about. It don't feel good now, do it? Don't feel good. Where's those Latina friends? Oh wait, they still got the old man. Where's the girl? Why ain't they? Where's the one that was telling me I'm mixed? Why come she ain't interjecting? Yeah, I'm going there. You don't really want me to go there. Where they at now? Where's the Puerto Rican female and the other one? Where they at? Anyways, yeah. See, they hoping because some of these it's sad to say a lot of these people, they cool with that. Because really, do I dare say he's the exception? Of course, I'm not saying that's the case with all immigrants, like Iman Somali, she been cool, representing. She knows that she is not the same black. She understands that. We're not even of the same haplogroups necessarily, but she understands that.
And I was told by the director of general education, who is retired now, in 88, I was told by him that I get people angry when I say that I'm black Egyptian. If I just say that I'm Egyptian, I would get along. I have to add that I was denied promotion twice because I chose black classification.
So
this is part of my
because he chose black classification, because we know that race is just about phenotype. We're just talking race, not ethnicity. Okay? And he definitely has, for the most part, the phenotype. But he was rejected. See, because it's about something else. And he said he was demoted. So this affected almost like him. They're forcing him to totally assimilate and go along with, he's feeling forced now. So it ain't just about how you dress, how you walk, how you talk.
angry when I say that I'm black Egyptian. If I just say that I'm Egyptian, I would get along. I have to add that I was denied promotion twice because I chose black classification. This is part of my 2 lawsuits against my employer, which are currently pending. 2 lawsuits.
Now, just for the education of our viewership, why don't you share with us a breakdown of Egypt as it is today, insofar as blacks or combinations thereof of European descent and what have you?
We don't have Egyptians of European descent in Egypt. We have a population which is basically which is basically a mixture of ancient Egyptian blacks who intermarried with Arabs right after the Arab conquest. The ancient Egyptian population was brown and black. Before the Arab...
I notice he say Arabs brown. But Arabs over time, they, like I said, Arab originally, these mixed groups of indigenous people, but representing different lineages coming together. And they became wanderers, nomads. And eventually they became umbrellaed under Islam.
Arab conquest.
But actually, I believe that the original Arabs, remember what I read in Psalms 83? They kind of formed a confederacy. I believe, like some people, they believe they were the Ishmaelites. Yeah, they were Ishmaelites. I believe it was the Ishmaelites mixed with the Edomites and the Moabites and the Ammonites. That's my original opinion. And eventually also, like when I talked about the Horites, eventually, the skin getting whiter and over time. But yeah, the original indigenous Arabs, brown, black people.
But before the Arab conquest came the Greeks. It was the ancient Egyptian population was in Egypt for thousands of years. The ancient Egyptian population was brown and black. And the Greeks came in 300 BC.
Right, so then the Greeks came. And even them, I don't believe, I'm not saying that they were black, but even with the ancient Grecians, I don't believe that they were white as we see white today. But even after thousands of years of the Grecian and Roman, they still, like, you see that footage from the 1920s. You see an abundance of people with rather dark skin. And it's only and I noticed they're wearing turbans, whereas in the marketplace in Cairo, that's where you see the more whiter looking Turkic people wearing fezzes.
And they started to intermarry with the local population. And then the Romans came and ruled from 70 BC until they were conquered by the Arabs and kicked out by the Arabs in the 7th century. And these people intermarried with the Egyptian Copts. And
the original Arabs, they were black. They were a mixture of nations or lineages, but they were originally black, brown, black.
And they made till they were conquered by the Arabs and kicked out by the Arabs in the 7th century. And these people intermarried with the Egyptian Copts. And they made the pigmentation of the Egyptians, the Copts, much lighter because of this intermarriage with Europeans.
Now, you're an educator, okay? Now, how do you deal with situations when you practice your profession insofar as dealing with the mythology or the misconceptions about Egypt being a white civilization? How do you deal with that?
This is a big problem because Egypt, the ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars.
Right, according to their own scholars. That's what I'm saying, like with the Moors. I don't know why. That is the most, even especially with the Moors, how are you dare denying that? I can show you TV shows and movies even where they had Dave Chappelle as a Moor. This is the white people knowing this. Like, when did the Moors become, and remember I showed you the documentation saying the Berbers, the ancient, they said Negroes, they refer to us as ancient Berbers. Berber just meaning foreign or stranger. Like Berber Aryan or barbarian.
Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century. And the scholar who is responsible for this is Seligman. And
who I just found out happened to be an Ish, man.
the noted anthropologist from England, Seligman. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. White supremacy had one dilemma until Seligman came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that, including Aristotle and Plato. 10 of them said that in writing. They had this dilemma. Ancient Egyptian was black. So if blacks are inferior intellectually and are incapable of building a civilization, how come the ancient Egyptians built a civilization? Seligman found the solution for this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the H8TE theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hamites. So Seligman saved white supremacy from this dilemma, and all the white scholars followed him from that time on. This was at the end of the 19th century.
Yes, and like as we shared before with the Hamitic theory or the Hamitic hypothesis. See, before they were claiming that we were, now don't get me wrong, like I said, there are black people who are Hamitic and black people who are Shemitic, and Japhetic even. So as you see here, Hamitic hypothesis was an AI overview, discredited 19th and 20th century pseudo-scientific theory claiming that all significant civilization, governance, and technological advancement in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, was brought by an external Hamitic race of supposed Caucasian or non-black origin. And the person behind it, this guy right here, Charles Gabriel Seligman. I talked about him in my Ancient Egypt series. Seligman was an advocate, published literature for the Hamitic hypothesis, stating that the Cushitic, Berber, and Egyptians were thought to have lineage with this speculated and later debunked Caucaso-Hamitic people. Categorically different to the denoted Negroids of sub-Saharan Africa. His work in the 1920s and 1930s are now seen as white supremacists. And see, it's from there, that's when they also started, with the Moors, they were just Arab or Berber, or, whereas before they had no problem. And they were still, even, you can look on Sanford and Son, movies, Othello, they were still depicting the Moors as black. But now, into the 90s, but now it's common to say, no, they weren't exactly black. And hold up, what does it say here? Now, why? I'm not saying that to hate on anybody, but why is it always just like with Levittown, the suburb? He was born into a middle-class-ish family in London. What the heck? Well, I know what it's about.
And since that time, white scholarship says that ancient Egypt is white.
Mustafa Hefni is currently working on his doctorate degree at Wayne State University. His dissertation topic is a content analysis of the treatment of ancient Egypt in world history textbooks.
Now, of course, this is old, so, yeah, in the 90s. Yeah, and he had a channel on YouTube, and I was following Facebook, but I have not seen or heard anything from him. I just hope he's okay. I hope his health is okay. Mustafa Hefni. Yeah, you see, I'm funny. I'm a naturalized Egyptian Nubian who has an American citizenship for over 30 years. Yeah, and I know last I had shared with him that he tried to write President Obama at the time. Yeah, I hope he's okay, ain't had a stroke or anything. He tried to write President Obama like, okay, being that you are being referred to as, because he's like, wait a minute, how is it that he's being referred to as black And he can identify as black if he wanted to, but I can't. I mean, he didn't put it like that, but he said Obama, the president, never responded to him at that time. And one last thing, I know I've shared this before. Yeah, because I see too, even like there are certain black people and mixed with black people, just everything but, oh, if you're brown skin, you're not quite black. If you're, yeah, they're trying to tell, yeah, it's funny. They don't want people telling them, but I'm seeing them leaving these quotes. If you're a lighter complexion, you're not quite quote unquote black. Now, yes, I want us to identify as Yasharel, but I know what they're meaning and what they're saying. They're trying to separate us. Even see, some people feel that they got to assimilate, and this is other groups of people. That's why you got these Nick Fuentes and all these people who may not even be pure white. Like I said, why do you think these two black women on Big Brother currently being targeted? Because they have, especially the younger one, Tasha, who's a little more withdrawn, and for the most part, she just talks with the older sister, Lala or Latrice. Yeah, Taylor is the one at the bottom, the younger one, Lala, Latrice is at the top. She's a little more withdrawn, but she did try working with them. She knew they didn't really want to work with them. They don't like I said, on the job, they expect, like I was talking about yesterday. If you've ever been in a situation like how I've been, like if you've worked, like for instance, an office setting, and I noticed this when like two or more black people come together in a cubicle, and they could just be discussing their children, the weather, whatever, and a white person will always come up, and it's not a thing of, hi guys, how you doing? It's always like, what are you guys talking about? Or like almost like they gotta, oh wait, we gotta break this up. There's two or more black people together, we gotta break it up. And they expect you to separate yourself from your people. They expect, if they see us two bonded, see, like they want Taylor, like the white woman, I played that audio, her drilling, the white woman Angela, drilling her on her relationship with Lala. You don't talk to me about, she got the vibe that they didn't want to work with her. She got that from the beginning with Rick Devens when he snubbed her. So when we're like, okay, well, F it. You don't want to do, we do our own thing. Then either they try to dismantle that or they question us, just like, okay, they've been rejecting us, made it clear on MTV they wouldn't play black videos. They made that clear, but like we do something, okay, so let's do BET. Let's form it. Well, why it's got to be a black television? They don't like us doing something separate from them or separate from their control. They don't want us having identity separate than the identity they allow us, they give us, or allow us to have. Don't you get it? If this was a true ethnogenesis, as FBA is claiming, they wouldn't even have nothing to do with the American flag. Well, I mean, I understand by law this is our nation and all, but the way that they are so promoting the red, white, and blue, the way that they're doing. So they really don't like, I noticed they don't like, I remember back in my days of like working at McDonald's and like in the 90s and, because that's what I mostly did when I was, like still like in customer service. But I noticed like there was this one brother, but these were some like Latinos and stuff. But they used to always schedule us. We were real cool. Hey, how you doing? But they would purposely schedule us separately. And I remember this one guy, and he was actually a more white leaning Latino, but he was real nice with me, right? But when this black guy would be talking with me, and we'd be like cool, joking with each other as we do culturally. I noticed he was kind of mean to him, like, or he was, and I was kind of picking that up. Like he would be, hey, you need to come do this. Like he didn't want this black guy talking to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they don't like when we come together and, cool with each other. And, you hear me, Drea Lee? Yeah, they don't, and I'm telling you, that's what nobody is really talking about this. Everybody's talking about why they question their lipstick alley question why they being so with with Lala and with these two women, and I'm like, why ain't nobody saying, yeah, okay, it's easy to say, okay, they're racist, but why it's more to it that I feel like nobody's really talking about. These women ain't done nothing. And then they're trying to get them upset. They know that they on strike now. Supposedly they not doing no. Wait, it's one white guy. He's making videos, but they're on strike now, and they're not doing it because they've been doing all the cooking and cleaning. Yeah, and you got this guy who they claim is half Mexican. His dad is some white rocker. He probably his name Drew Campbell. Wow, that's really Mexican sounding. But they claim when we make the claim that okay, what's going on is racist with the little mosh pit. The optics ain't looking good. Where it's only the only people of color left. Really, they happen to be on the outs. And people say like that don't look good, but they're saying no, it's diverse. So they're pointing out the guy Drew and D being that they are Latino, or in his case, well, at least she speaks Spanish, and we could say, well, in his case, I don't even think he knows Spanish. Probably they ain't even really, supposedly, come to find out his dad played with the Stray Cats or something. Was a rock musician, straight up white guy. Like I said, he looked like he was part of an '80s UK new wave group or something. No accent, no Hispanic American accent whatsoever. But here's the worst. He just keep talking, especially he talks about Lala and Taylor. He got no real reason to. He's lied on them, tried to set them up. He just keep talking ish. Yeah, he went as far as saying, well, they can stay for the cooking and cleaning or something. So supposedly this week they kind of been on strike, because they've been doing all the cooking and cleaning. They're talking about let's give them bad. They doing little tricks on them, like, okay, we're gonna put honey on the doorknob to piss them off. Why are they trying to trigger these black women? And this is a 58-year-old black woman, and they doing all this, trying to piss them off, trying to get them to react the way they want black women. Now Taylor finally and Lala had to snap at Drew, and that's what they wanted. But why is he this one who is supposedly, they claiming, oh, it can't be the mosh pit, can't be racist. There's one more person I believe included. Yeah, because of D, who is pretty much a predominantly Caucasian, at least by DNA. But at least she's a little more on the ethnicity side, on the, you can hear the accent and all. But Drew, he's a straight up white boy, okay? Now, perhaps his mom was Mexican. And I noticed he's really kissing up to the white man Devins, who was first voted as America's favorite. He's really kissing up to Devins. And I liked Rick Devins from The Last Survivor I watched. But he is really kissing up to, so another reason, like I say, now I can believe maybe there's a secret crushing with Taylor, even though he's talking to the girl Melody. But it's just odd that, because maybe he see Taylor as one that would not be talking to him. So how dare you? You supposed to be beneath me. But people don't they claim they don't like when we're loud and all that, but then they also don't like when we're more withdrawn. It's got to be an attitude. It couldn't be that maybe you're just a person that don't talk a lot. And then when she broke down and explained, I played y'all the audio, how anytime she trying to blow when she broke down crying, explaining why she just got withdrawn, and only really talked to Lala for the most part. Yeah, but why is it Drew that he's supposedly representing diversity? Why is he the main one, this Nick Fuentes type, why is he the main one always talking smack, and he can't keep Taylor out his mouth? And everybody, even white folks, everybody noticing this. See, he's trying to Cause I'm gonna tell you, like, some of the most racist stuff I done seen in YouTube have actually came from people who mixed with black. I'm like, damn. Hold on, show you right now with that Visions of Asia. She got something right now talking about chimping out, calling black people beast. But of course, it's just black women, so. Right now, what is the point? Almost like they want a bat signal. They want black people, they want white, hoping that white people notice. What are you hoping to get from that? Or does that, you think that make you look better as a woman, or prettier, or more attractive? I could easily go and find footage, but the difference between you and I, of a white woman or even a mixed woman acting a damn fool, looking to half naked, that's if you're seeking that. She is seeking that kind of shit. She's looking for that kind of stuff. Hold on. Y'all think I'm playing? And I know they're going to send out the bat signal. I dare you to send out the bat signal. Yeah, here I am looking like every now and then like, oh, okay, make sure his ass ain't back in YouTube. And it's her damn video that comes up. She's the one talking about Tommy. I'm like, what the? She always do that, hoping. Now she's using names like signaling to Anthony Cumia, now that Tommy's name ain't getting as many views. Anthony Cumia mentions the great Tommy Sotomayor, the same guy, said that we need to be put in ovens. They need to bring back what happened in Auschwitz and do this. And oh yeah, the same guy, Tommy, who said they need to go back to when they had black folks hanging from trees. The same guy, but he's the greatest. But she's not racist. And then she keeps using this, I'm black. Yeah, this makes me ashamed to be black. And when she know damn well. And I noticed the Golden Sphere ain't called out, even though they'll be quick. Oh no, why are you calling? They haven't said, oh, they communicate with this girl. Then they had the Puerto Rican guy making a video addressing me. Now, how come nobody told him to mind his damn business? Look, beast. Now, no telling what this is. Beast of the wild. What's she talking about here? Let me guess. Black people? Who are the beasts of the wild? But look at this. Chimping out. She's trying to, somebody needs some money. Or whatever it is. Or just need to feed their insecurities. Because she was, chimping out at Duncan. Why must she use it? She knows exactly what she's doing. But then she'll say, this makes me ashamed to be black, or I'm black, and so to try to cover it. When she knows she don't see herself as black. This is her way of trying to get away. So how come these people who are got such an issue with, how come they're not saying, no, you're not black, as they would, would have told me, like I'm supposed to have told my niece that, right? How come they not stressing that with her, even though they affiliated? Like, why do you call yourself black? See, it's all good. See, and you can attack women all you want. It's only black women. And you can encourage men to attack women. As long as it's black women or just women you don't like or women you are jealous of. And they could be women of your own phenotype or what you claim of your own. So you see this chimping out. Now this is a so-called mother who has a daughter with a black man. A daughter with hair in the fours. In other words, if she was watching the Fantasia video, she would probably be cool with that. So what's with this? Sending out, like, as if they're sending out the bat signal, like they're hoping that they get some white. So I'm going to use Anthony Cumia's name. I'm going to use, since the timing ain't working, I'm going to use Anthony Cumia's name. I'm going to hope that white people view me and they follow my channel. And so I'm going to talk like but in this case, I'm going to, because she knows there's black men, even some that have been in my channel. But I don't say nothing. supporting her channel because they see her, oh, she's just talking about the hair-headed hooligans, right? Not me. And trust me, you got people who are not mixed with black. Definitely jumping on this train. Like, this is, they want to, yeah, and they got a lot of these so-called conservative talking points. See, it's not enough. See, now in her case, she will try to say, I am black, right? You know, being slick. Because she has a black parent who obviously didn't have much of a positive influence because she wouldn't, ain't no way she would be, especially when we know the brutal history behind comparing us to monkeys and all that stuff. But she's saying chimping out. I have not, seriously, I have seen more stuff. So if I was to show y'all some of this stuff, furniture, xenomorphs, it's like, damn, they ain't even let the white races get away with this shit in YouTube. But see, somebody like me, I'll lose my channel, and for what? I done lost 4. But the stuff they letting them get away with, yeah, that's telling, you can't tell me. This is some Karen's daughter shit. My friend was biracial, and she had a white mom, but she wasn't no, her mama wasn't no Karen. This is some Karen's daughter shit. Or Brad's son. Or how would we put it if it was the other, you know. I know what's up. I know what's up with this. So you got those who feel like they got to, and that's the same with this. This is really all just, it's like they're hoping what do these people want, even though she wants to refer to herself as black, but trust me, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If she was to get that white male follow, or just white following to her channel, if she could get it and wouldn't have to depend on the black men, those types that like follow the Sotomayors and stuff. If she could get out of that and get like a Just Pearl, trust me, she will. That's the just like Just Pearly things. Be like, nigga, who? Yeah, I said it. That's how she would be. Even to her black male following. And she would give them no consideration. She would give them no consideration. Even the black men who think she cool, she would give them no consideration. If she could get that Nick Fuentes following, if she could get like a, you know, and like yeah, I was listening to Redirecting. Wait, hold on. And then was saying talking about, oh, she always goes at girls pretty. What's that? EU left her a post. I had to be ugly. I said, well, I think Purple Salad is much prettier than you. In that case, why am I not hating on like NYTN? Trust me, there are some beautiful women up in here. If I was to just go at people because they're pretty, y'all really need to get off this vain shit. But anyways, there are some pretty women up in here. I would have, and you know, I'm just saying, even as a woman who can acknowledge beauty, all right. But sister, yeah, Deborah, yeah, and this ain't about me hating on no Candace Owens. Yeah, she may be saying some things. There may be some things she say in regards to, like when she was exposing some things about the ADL, of course. Yeah. And she was talking about Michael Jackson and stuff. Yeah, I've said these same things. And so of course, there's going to be certain things that are said. We could say that there's things Tommy has said. That, of course, we all know you shouldn't be fighting people. You shouldn't be, you look better with your natural. We all know that shit, okay? But, where did she say?
Why do you cheer him on? Y'all
Sister Deborah Yah redirecting, aka School of Wisdom.
remember Officer Tatum? Y'all remember him? Even Candace Owens. I wonder what.
So Candace Owens was cheering this man on. I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember. Did I ever say no? Address that? I probably did know that. So Candace Owens was cheering on this guy. What? There's no way they could have made any excuse for that shooting. There was nothing. We saw the body footage. I don't even understand how could anybody even try. First, I was like, I gotta look this up. Then I was like, you know what? No, let me not get my stuff upset. Candace Owens doing that is for her white male audience. That's all she's about. Even in her addressing the ish people, that is about her husband. Okay.
Even Candace Owens.
Yeah, and people trying to show, like my husband tried to show me something Officer Tatum said. I had to seriously, I was like, I had to seriously like plug my ears. My husband tried to make me listen. Like, no, I don't want to. I'm seeing the little headlines. I couldn't listen to 1 minute of what my husband trying to play with this Officer Tatum. Because, yeah, what was he trying to, husband was trying to play something. What was he trying to excuse? Was it Black Wall Street something? I said, oh, no. My husband could not force me to listen to that.
Everybody who cheered him on. Y'all remember Officer Tatum? Y'all remember him? Even Candace Owens. I wonder what they have to say about this. Candace, do you have something to say about this? Since you believe in your Bible so much, Candace Owens, do you believe that the Most High served justice when you all couldn't even speak the truth on the situation?
Wow. At first, I was eager to look this here. What could she have said? What excuse could she have possibly made or even tried to make? What excuse could she have tried to make to justify? But you know, these are the same people once upon a time making excuses for Trump. Yeah, okay, that's the white man she would. And I'm going to tell you, I believe that she is, and I've been saying this, I believe that Candace Owens is controlled opposition. There's no way she would have, there's no way. I done lost like 4 channels. Ain't no way she would be able to as boldly speak on the ish people unless, in the way she been speaking, and remember what was said by that guy who exposed Sarah Garvey, the African Nigerian UK dude that exposed or tried to expose Just Pearly Things, and that's when she got legally involved. I'm saying that Just Pearly Things had the same management, named him Cody, had the same management as Candace Owens. Notice that Just Pearly Things never denied that. And I think that they want. Yeah, I hear you. I try. I usually don't. Okay, report channels. I know you saying I should. Now I have reported channels like when that particular person. I noticed that they're not talking on him. Yeah, they were supporting someone who's now. There's somebody tagging me, claiming that person. The one that was over and over wouldn't stop tagging me. And just straight up. Now that person, yeah, I flagged they when they kept taking, because I'm not with all that taking my image with and making this AI stuff. Because he was going as far as he was already taking people putting, have showing them ejaculated, and then them saying they was on his panel supporting him. And I know whenever he would put something, like if he was talking about me, they would be the ones I know would be giving them likes and keeping them encouraged. And he knew that. That's why he could create images with them. They were totally okay with that. That's why he could, they were flattered by them, the AI image, I'm like, hell no. You're not depicting me like that. They were straight encouraging him as he was, and they used to want me to see that he was, this guy was worse than any I seen up in there when it came to the women. You got to be kidding me. And you're talking like, and even the older woman, I just recently seen, she on the panel with him now. She was supporting him too, as he was doing these things. And not just coming at me. Forget about me, because I'm not a woman, right? I'm just a black woman, right? But even their own people they were cool with. But hey, I guess it was okay because they're not cool with them no more. Even women that were part of the Golden Sphere, women that were biracial. And they were supporting and encouraging, just like they, with the Hank Hill booty and all of that, taking the person's butt. But now all of a sudden we care about women's being not protected and all of that. Fuck out of here. Even the older one. Okay, I'm looking at stuff recently like, oh wow, isn't this something? Only one of them I recall. Who was it? Abby, the only one that kind of said something. And that wasn't even like necessarily in defense of me. But at least she said something. But yeah, you have them seeing these channels. It's like they want to be the next Nick Fuentes. They want to be the Candace Owens. And this is, to me, it's all assimilation. Why do we think that? Why would we think then that FBA with the agenda? Why do we think this is in? Let's look. Like I said, let's look and see. How is it any different? Let's see what they're talking about today. Do you think that if I click in FBA, do you think that they're going to be talking about, like Black American history, Black American legacy, or even just defending Black, what I see is defending. Or let me see, let me just type in Tariq Nasheed's FBA also. Since of course, he's the main spokesperson. Oh! You see, this is all a part to me. See, they not like us, and they want you to believe you got more in common with the white American men. You see, all of these people, like I said, the spheres, the Golden Sphere, many of them people came from Soto Nation, which was linked with the Manosphere, which was, before that, they were referring to themselves as taking white men terms like men going their own way, MGTOW. From that, you got Black women going their own way. I've been up in here long enough. And the level uppers, swirlers, and Black women going their own way, they eventually turned to the divestors. This is all these little spheres, whether they were the Golden Sphere, Manosphere, Womansphere, whatever, Mulatto Sphere, they got what they got in common. You got to be to some degree anti-Black. Whether it's anti-Black woman, dark skin, you got to be, to some degree, you got to be putting down Black people. You can't just focus on promoting yourself, defending yourself. You have to make comparisons. You have to go look for footage of Black people. Just seek news reports, be selective in seeking headlines so that you can say, see, this is an example of their savagery. See, whether you not see, this look like this could be Tariq Nasheed daddy. This is a fellow descendant of those enslaved in the Americas. But I guess they're so different. See, this is another way of proving. Now, do they have to do, we already know that we're different. If they want to, I definitely believe that we should, what's truly delineation and making clarification. I do that all the time in speaking on who we are as Yashriel and letting it be known that there are people who are Hamitic, Shemitic, representing different haplogroups. And we already know that there's obviously a difference between, we know that you don't have to tell me that there's a difference between, culturally and all that, between Black Americans and those who may be of the West Indies or more West Indies. I already know. We've been calling ourselves Black American. But see, this is the new talking point because they know this is a delineation movement. They've said it. You were inspired by, suppose you were inspired by ADOS, which was supposed, who at least they admit to being part of the movement, which was supposed to be for the pursuit of reparations, right? And making the clarification for reparations, right? That's what it's supposed to be. What this got to do with it? This woman's biracial wealth transfer theory. This ought to be interesting. 21. But he just skips around with his family, don't he? Because his if Tasha K is a tether and her children are tethers, then that would definitely say with his family. Because he'll look at people's grandparents. Like he wanted you to hear that Tasha K's grandfather was from the Bahamas. So he wants to differentiate himself from Myron Gaines. Now, actually, see, it's actually Tariq Nasheed don't realize his rhetoric is actually just as, if not more dangerous than the Myron Gaines. Because like Myron Gaines, even like with a mouthpiece like Tommy Sotomayor, they get so outraged to a point where you know that it's clear they're racist. He is being more deceptive in under this guise of pro-blackness. I can see what's up with Myron Gaines. Whereas Tariq is under this guise of pro-blackness. Oh my gosh, I was supposed to have talked on this. I didn't know what my husband was showing me with this. Are they for real with this Target? I didn't pick up on what he was showing me. And then I saw it later, but yeah, all this stuff, okay, these are the tokens. Just like on that Visions Age, they got to have a token video so they're not totally, like I know this is Patrick C. They got to have a token so that they don't look totally, So then if you were to say, oh, see, this is racist, then they say, what? I talk about white people too. But see, notice how with white people, with their bad examples, notice how they refer to them as trash, right? Like basically saying that these aren't real white people. This is just the trash, like they're rejects, but they don't really represent white society. With black people, we just black. This is just black people, not just the trash or whatever. And it's real easy to just talk about an obvious racist, like the shooter, Sean Grayson. That's easy. See, what's with all these see, this is what's this? Tells the truth about the so-called diaspora. Well, anyways. Rest in peace to Dolly Parton. I'm not finna make no specific video. If I do, I'll talk about in general. But what's this? How long have non-FBA bed wenches been a secret threat? I'll get them, Zaddy. So let's see. Are you going to make up some more history? Because I remember when he was saying black American women that he referred to as bed wenches. I remember when he was claiming that they were running to the KKK for in preventing slave rights. Even New Possibilities had to call him out on that. He has no proof for that. Because he'll concoct these, but people will believe him. So you see, now you're saying this ain't necessarily assimilating. He's showing his loyalty to America, to white America. He's showing his loyalty. This is what the FBA think, under the guise of pro-black Americanness. This is his loyalty. It is no coincidence. These very same guys, first, that's the thing that's expected also. In assimilation, they expect for you to separate from your people. Just like, you see, with the guy. Now, yeah, he was of a different ethnicity, but he's still black American, although his family was Nigerian. But he wasn't really trying to work with the black sisters. He's sitting with white folks, Chuck, talking about them behind their back. So then when the white man knew that his booty was on the line, because the black woman wasn't thinking about putting Chuck up, he knew to tell the black woman all the stuff Chuck had been saying about the black woman behind her back. So that he could be put up, even though she didn't really want to put him up. So she was hoping he'd fight, and but you see how they voted him off like it wasn't nothing. He was really easily expendable. But he felt that being more so playing with the white contestants, he was shocked. He felt that he was protected because he's not breaking off working with the sisters or showing himself to be interested in working with the sisters, even sitting amongst the white players. Hell, she thinks because she's cooking and stuff here, like we're going to keep her in the house, saying all that stuff that's unnecessary. And you saw he was easily exit interview. He was shocked, still clueless. And he was sitting down by his white ally turned on him. So that it's like they expect you to break off from your own people, to show your loyalty or whatever. Don't associate it. You got to question, and this is not just in the United States. Like I was talking about what I had learned in the UK. Black people who had already been situated, they've already been they're people coming from the West Indies into the UK. And I'm not trying to put you down. I'm not saying that that's necessarily you, but there's some resistance, being that there's I guess a more recent crop of people from West Africa in more recent decades migrating into the UK. And so there's some conflict with the people who have already been established there, a little more assimilated. I told y'all when I moved to the suburbs, I went into deep. That's a problem. I talk too much on my life. I went to the suburbs when I was a kid. I noticed how it was the black kids in the suburbs before the white kids could even, when I'm thinking, okay, we can get together, we could be friends. But no, I'm black ass. They rejected me, feeling like they can't be cool with me, with the white kids. That was the initial treatment I got. Thank goodness it was a family from Mississippi. But initial treatment I got from black kids, and particularly this black boy, like always reminding me that I'm from the ghetto. I don't belong here. Like they belong here, but I don't belong. Like they feeling like they got to show their ass in front of the white kids. I'm so glad. I was mad at my mother for us moving up. I was mad at her taking us to the suburbs. We were only there a couple of years, but I was mad at my mother. I now understand why she did it. She was trying to get full custody of my niece. And showing that she had a home. She was in a custody battle with my grandmother, her mother. And she felt this so-called nicer environment would impress. And we eventually got the custody of my niece and then eventually her sister. But at that time, I was just like, why did we leave Chicago? I was yearning, even if it meant us going back to the projects. I preferred that. And that's crazy. But yeah. Not only was the black kids mean, but they taught me and reminded me, calling me black ass, calling me mission, calling me like ghetto. And, think of black people migrating from the South to the North, looking down at black folks, using terms like country. And then then they moved to the suburbs and leave the cities. And now they looking back, you ghetto. You see what I'm saying? And this ain't just, why is there so much tribalism? Now, it's of course, I can't expect for people to all get along because they're not all the same people. Even with Europeans, we know that Europeans been at war with each other. But it's really, really, like just in the country of Nigeria alone, the Yoruba, the Hausa versus the Igbo, Now, what's the origin? Now, we all know the origin with Rwanda. What's the instigating? And then, see, that's the thing, too. If you're making people feel as if they must choose a side, very, very, very last thing. I know this is a long one, but the very last thing I'm going to share, and I've shared it before, excerpt from, I'm sharing it from on the Plugums video, the Occult Ghetto 1, the Government Projects Project and the Generational Curse. From Race, The Power of an Illusion, Episode 3, The House We Live In. And I do believe that this is from the early 2000s, although it was shared on Unplugged's channel 2 years ago. Wait, hold on. Let me remove this picture. Chuck.
But perhaps the best example of how European ethnics would finally gain the full benefits of whiteness came with an innovation in housing at the end of World War II. It was a time when hundreds of thousands of GIs came home ready to start families, but had no place to live.
Built space was at a premium. Living space was at a premium. But in the Bronx, they tried building Quonset huts, and they turned to slums. All the Quonset huts had just disintegrated. There were two families sharing a hut.
So that's how they was all pretty much living. Yeah. Like I showed you the picture, like it was old footage Chicago from the 50s. It was just downtown, and you just saw like white people. And then somebody had posted, oh, this is before the Negroes. I'm like, Chicago always had black people. What are you talking about? Okay. They obviously didn't know the black communities going way, well, we can go back to the first settler, but going back, they're looking at this picture, 1950s. I'm like, but see, now I noticed I ain't seen those people that were posting. Now they uploaded this image from before World War II, right? And you had all these white people, poor, looking like straight slums in Chicago. And it looked like everybody was broke during the time of the Depression. In fact, it was said, like in cities like Chicago, like in the early 20th century, like after World War I, there was communities initially established, it was said that black people, Negroes, were doing better than a lot of these white immigrant groups, living more, in certain northern cities, especially. Because, just like even with the South, like with Rosewood and Tulsa, a lot of that was jealousy, destroying our communities. Not to mention they eventually built highways through. Oh, what they said, Drew is crying, huh? Oh, Drew's crying now. Oh, I hope he gets voted out. We're going to be watching tonight to see if Tasha or Drew or who's going to get voted out. The big brother.
One family at one end, one family at the other, and the two neighbors. But in the Bronx, they tried building Quonset huts, and they turned to slums. All the Quonset huts had just disintegrated. There were two families sharing a hut. One family at one end, one family at the other, and before you know it, they were awful.
Think of Popeye. Popeye from the 1930s and 40s. Then you had Popeye in the 1950s. Popeye the 1930s and the Max Fleischer, where they show the ship deck opening. Notice how Popeye and Pappy, they were like gotta living in this ghetto in Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn. Yeah, but in the 1950s, Popeye, the ones that were more in color, he's like got a farm and all that.
Came to the rescue by ensuring long-term...
Awful.
FHA came to the rescue by ensuring long-term, low monthly payment mortgage loans.
Veterans needed homes for families. They turned to a revolutionary New Deal housing program. It would racialize housing, wealth, and opportunity for decades in ways few could have imagined.
In the 1930s, the federal government created the Federal Housing Administration, whose job it was to provide loans or the backing for loans to average Americans so they could purchase a home.
Due to the stimulation of the National Housing Act, from every section of the country come reports of
In order to purchase a house in America prior to the 1930s, you had to pay 50% of the sales price up front. The new terms of purchasing a home was that you put 10% or 20% down, and the bank financed 80% of it, not over 5 years, but over 30 years at relatively low rates. This opened up the opportunities for Americans to own homes like ever before.
And they knew that they knew there was definitely racial bias. They knew that this was going to, what really created the wealth gap, even more so than slavery, because the majority of white people didn't own slaves. Now, slavery, it helped build this nation, because you got to understand industrial slavery directly, all those years unpaid labor, it contributed greatly. It funded the Industrial Revolution with further technologies. It established the universities, banks. Okay, that was the beginning. But the average white person, didn't own a slave. But this is what really led to the great wealth gap. And when you begin to really equate whiteness with money and wealth.
The average person could own Americans to own homes. This opened up the opportunities for Americans to own homes like ever before. The average person could own that home.
If these terms sound familiar, they should, because this is essentially the same financing scheme that allows most Americans to own their homes today. Federal programs and banks sank millions into the home construction industry. Their message to veterans: you can afford a new home. Buy a new home now. On the outskirts of Baltimore, Memphis, Chicago, Los Angeles, Denver, and other cities, brand new communities sprang up.
This is what they're talking about when they say, make America great again. This is also around this time, you had the television to come along. This time period around and after World War II ended. We say, yeah, this was them, I guess if you want to see it as rewarding white America for supporting them and getting, their agenda with the state of Israel and all that, But also our people, fought in the war too, but we didn't get this. This is when it truly was white privilege, if you want, yeah.
One of the most famous was a Long Island potato field, transformed into 17,000 new homes. It was called Levittown.
Levittown, named after a Jewish man.
Tax dollars helped make the single-family home a mass-produced consumer item. The American dream had a new name: suburbia.
So American dream had a new name, suburbia. You got to understand there's a reason why a lot of these white kids of my generation, Generation X, and some of the late baby boomers, why do you think they're so angry with baby boomers and those are the late silent generation? Because they feel like they had it made and they just wanted to protest and become part of this revolution, sexual revolution, this revolution, and they feel like, what reason, they feel that they had some of the greatest parents of the GI generation, and they, as I believe Kurt Cobain put it, because they feel the privilege ain't privilege. That's what they believe. And especially if nothing's being passed on to them. But yet they're still hearing white privilege. So they feel like the children, now these are people obviously of the GI generation, but the children, baby boomers and, maybe some of the silent generation, they feel that they not appreciate, but of course these are white people we're talking about now. And also it's a jealousy of the baby boomers.
Suburbia. American dream had a new name. Suburbia.
You have to remember the people who came here in 1947, 1948 were young ex-GIs whose uppermost concern was taking advantage of the GI Bill and making things better for themselves.
Before moving to Levittown, Herb Callisman and his wife Doris lived in a cramped attic apartment in New York City.
And when we began to look for an apartment, we found that the apartments were $100, $125, $150 a month. I know that's unbelievable today, but it was too expensive for us.
And I'm assuming that they're Jewish. But see, now, also, they can all now be white.
And out here in Levittown, the mortgage payments were $65 a month.
They say your kitchen dazzles every eye. A brand new sink, a built-in oven, a new refrigerator, and
If you were buying a Levitt home in 1947, 48, 49, 50, and 51, you would get, this would be your kitchen. You would get a GE stove, GE refrigerator, and a Bendix wash machine. It would be part of the real estate.
So all these new appliances, brand new.
We came to Levittown and we found the model house, and we walked in and we looked around, and of course, in the eyes of a young man who was raised in the ghetto, so to speak, it was an interesting experience, interesting lifestyle, seeing all the new modern conveniences. Very fascinating.
Eugene Burnett came home with almost 1 million other black GIs. They had fought for the country.
1 million other black GIs. And they just fought for the country. And you know how they did us after World War One? Yeah, what was our reward after World War One? They actually would lynch. We faced lynch mobs. The Red Summer, massacres, riots, Tulsa. That's what we got after World War One. There's even a photo with a black man lynched in his uniform, in his military uniform.
In segregated ranks. Eugene Burnett came home with almost 1 million other black GIs.
Oh yeah, remember when I shared from the Classified X, Melvin Van Peebles documentary, where they're talking about how they, around that time, giving you this image of the, new Negro, which had been talked about during the time of the Harlem Renaissance. So who's the writer? This idea, the concept of the new Negro. So Hollywood, they started giving us, I guess a more polished image of black people in Hollywood and trying to appeal for us because they needed us on board to help them with the war, World War II. But what happened after that? So the new Negro. And see, what really caught me is when I heard somebody or within the FBA circles use the reference, the new black. I said, oh, hell no, this is history repeating. We're being hoodwinked. This idea, what they want to claim is an ethnogenesis. No, this is just more assimilation. That's all. And y'all feel that to assimilate as much as you can, you got to separate yourself. Now you want to separate yourself from all that is African or whatever.
They had fought for the country in segregation. Eugene Burnett came home with almost 1 million other black GIs. They had fought for the country in segregated ranks. They returned hoping for equality and the American dream. For many, that dream was a new home for little money down and some of the easiest credit terms in history.
I went up to the salesman. We're interested in your home, interested in buying one, and what is the procedure? Is there an application to be filled out? So forth. So he looked at me. looked around and he said to me, he says, listen, it's not me, but the owners of this development have not as yet decided to sell these homes to Negroes.
Oh yeah, I gotta what you're saying here. It widened the gap, Reef says, but slavery was the biggest cause of the wealth gap. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, in dealing with like civilians, because the average person, yeah, of course, centuries unpaid labor. I mean, can you imagine the company? That's what it's always been about. Even with them talking us into migrating to these cities in the north, that was just about cheap labor. They knew that we would, work for less at these factories, and then they established the suburbs for the white people. It was always about, and that ain't enough. Slave labor, if the child labor, and then eventually, like overseas labor. Okay, Mexico they work for, let's say $1 an hour. But wait a minute, in China, 10 cents an hour. Oh, but no, now it's child labor, and so now they got this technology. So now we can dispose of populations. But yeah, it started with slavery. Yeah, I'm just talking about like the average citizen, white black citizen. But yeah, slavery. Yeah, like you say, slavery was the biggest cause of the wealth gap. Yeah, because for one, that's how it helped get it established. That's what directly funded slavery. Directly funded the Industrial Revolution. Directly funded the banks, the colleges. And see, once you get the control of the banks, then you got the Federal Reserve, and then you create the and once you get control of the media, you can control. Then you can really control the world. But yeah, I'm just thinking of the average person. Because I do recognize, like when people say, well, most people didn't own slaves, this and that, but I show them, like a picture of broke white folks standing around a lynched body. I was like, I guarantee you, none of them, none of their direct ancestors, family owned slaves, but they were still participants in this ish. Even if they were poor, even if they, yeah, it's like majority of people in this country don't have maids. Okay, we know that. But yeah. But also, I just be wanting people to realize that some of the most atrocious acts, because they always talking, oh, you weren't slaves. Some of the worst things happened after. The most brutal acts, I think, just the most racist, actually post-slavery that people don't really talk about. Like, we don't really talk about this. We don't really talk about how we establish, they're always talking about, why don't you build? Why don't you build? This idea we never build, and we're just dependent, and we just cry. Nobody talk about the communities we established. They built hot freeways too. That was another thing nobody talked about. So-called urban renewal, displacement, and I'm not even talking about the straight up acts of brutality post slavery.
As though
a lovely couple.
The owners of this development have looked at their applicant, your home, interested.
Down, and for many, that dream was a new home for little money down and some of the easiest credit terms in history.
I went up to the salesman. We're interested in your home. We're interested in buying one. And what is the procedure? Is there an application to be filled out? So forth. So he looked at me, looked around, and he said to me, he says, listen, it's not me, but the owners of this development have not as yet decided to sell these homes to Negroes.
And yet the owners, like I told you with Levitt, he was seen as a part of a minority group himself. Not to make excuses for white people, but almost like having people, forcing people to, yeah, so he's saying the person probably, telling them, it's not me, but the owners of this. And see, they knew exactly what they were doing. And they knew that this would cause a great racial divide, which could lead to their descendants and stuff eventually saying, well, my daddy had home and did this. Why can't your daddy? Just like the woman says in this documentary.
It was as though it wasn't real. You can't imagine. But for someone to come out and actually tell you that they can't sell to you. I was really on man, look at this house. Can you imagine having this?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, that has to be really. Well, I mean, I've been there and just something expecting and like with a certain job. Yeah, I can imagine, and they're seeing all these new appliances, and it's the 1950s. Where not even everybody had an ice box quite.
And then for them to tell me because of the color of my skin, I can't be a part of it?
The FHA underwriters warned that the presence of even one or two non-white families could undermine real estate values in the new suburbs. These government guidelines were widely adopted by private industry. Race had long played a role in local real estate practices. Starting in the 1930s, government officials institutionalized the national appraisal system, where race was as much a factor in real estate assessment as the condition of the property. Using this scheme, federal investigators
Did you see that was an infiltration of Negroes?
Evaluated 239 cities across the country for financial risk.
So that those communities that were all white, suburban, and far away from minority areas, they received the highest rating, and that was the color green. Those communities that were all minority or in the process of changing, they got the lowest rating, and the color red. They were redlined. As a consequence, most of the mortgages went to suburbanizing America, and it suburbanized it racially.
The racial logic adopts the principle that an integrated neighborhood is a bad risk, is a financial risk, that an integrated neighborhood is likely to be an unstable neighborhood, unstable socially, but therefore also unstable economically.
When the white residents of 8 Mile Road in Detroit were told they were too close to a black neighborhood to qualify for a positive FHA rating, they built this 6-foot wall between themselves and their black neighbors.
See, that's kind of like forcing people to separate. If we don't separate, we can't get this money. See what I'm saying? I'm not saying that make it right. I'm not saying, but you see how it's like forcing you to divide. This is all a part of assimilation into full whiteness.
Once the wall went up, mortgages on the white properties were approved. Between 1934 and 1962, the federal government...
Yeah, all they had to do was build a wall, and then the money was it was approved. Just build a wall. That's what they're doing up in YouTube. They're building a wall, hoping to get monetized or whatever they're hoping for. Hoping to get more views. Hoping to get, well, some of these, like the three guys, I believe, are plants, but to contribute to. But notice how everybody, because I'm telling you, that one black woman doing these FBA videos, I recall being subscribed to her channel, Bruick or whatever, she wasn't getting no views. She started jumping on, in a sense, assimilating, becoming supposedly patriotic, bashing Africans. She wasn't talking on that. In fact, she was all on the Afrocentric tip. Now she's getting views. But see, y'all thinking, oh yeah, that was AI, right. And that's the thing. A lot of y'all thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna jump on this bandwagon. There's a lot of people, like I talked about with white women, how they got, they certain white women, like Nancy Grace even, jump on the train to get the attention, to be taken serious as journalists, although they're female, but to be regarded as male journalists or reporters, etc. They had to initially jump on the train of going at somebody black, whether it was O.J. Simpson, Michael Jackson. That's how I remember with Nancy Grace in the 90s. Diane Diamond, even though she acted like she cared like about Nolan Wells now, but I remember them. Diane Diamond, that lawyer, you know the one I'm thinking of, Gloria. That's how do you think Jay Leno, there were a lot of people, when it became the Tonight Show and Jay Leno was chosen as host when Johnny Carson was retiring, a lot of people disapproved because they were hoping that David Letterman would take over for Johnny Carson, even though he already had the David Letterman show, but it was, people felt that David Letterman was the choice person to take Johnny Carson's spot. But they chose this younger comedian trying to tap into a younger audience, Jay Leno. And a lot of white people, a lot of people disapproved of that. But how did he get the favor, get people, to dig him? He was making sure to tell all the OJ jokes over and over and over again, and jokes on Michael Jackson. Even though he, with the trial with our VCO, Jay Leno eventually had to testify, But that's how, you have to get the approval. Just like with George Bush, I was the one initially talking about, with the Willie Horton, the advertisement about Willie Horton, the criminal, to help get George. We gotta jump on. Just Pearlie thinks she knew to come up in YouTube, and it's even easier to talk against black women. But to get the attention of white men who probably wouldn't pay attention to her, let's keep it real, she had to first come through, dissing black people. She knew what she was doing. And see, just like how you got this, see, I know what's up, Visions of Asia. She see that, Tommy using his name is not going to guarantee you them views like that now. So let me mention Anthony Cumia. You see what I'm saying? And I got to get bolder. See, I got to build a wall. Everybody trying to be Nick Fuentes. Everybody want to be Candace Owens now. Yeah. Just Pearlie think, this is their way of, see, just Pearlie thinks now she's getting attention from white men that she never got before because she's not, really the first choice. It may be a friend. Let's keep it real. They'll choose the liberal Anna Kasparian any day over her. Let's keep it real. But she's getting more attention she ever got. It was white men's attention she won all along. So sometimes you'll have these white women, they'll use black men even. If it means even dating them, to get the attention of white men that wouldn't be paying attention to them, whether it's their daddy or whatever. But yeah, all they had to do, the white folks in Michigan, all they had to do was build a wall.
Stable economically.
Then they got the money to make. They had to literally go through building a wall, like the Great Wall in China, to keep them out. And there you go. See how serious the racial conditions in this nation. Wow.
When the white residents of 8 Mile Road in Detroit were told they were too close to a black neighborhood to qualify for a positive FHA rating, they built this 6-foot wall between themselves and their black neighbors. Once the wall went up, mortgages on the white properties were approved. Between 1934 and 1962, the federal government underwrote $120 billion in new housing. less than 2% went to non-whites.
Less than 2%.
I can understand an individual.
Billions of dollars. And you gonna tell me we ain't owed up reparations? See, they think we just talking slavery. And it ain't just about this. We did establish community. You think about it. A lot of us, our grandparents own their homes. And know this, I know my grandmama, my grandparents of the GI generation, I know they own their homes. Well, definitely speaking on my mom's side. I don't know how my paternal grandmother ended up Cabrini Green, but, you know, they came from Alabama. But I know my grandmama owned her. So you best believe they didn't get no loans. They didn't get, many of you, your parents, grandparents, so before they tell any of you that you didn't work for yours, you just got a handout, or you just, it's bullshit, okay? They got one of the biggest handouts. Now, I'm not saying that they weren't owed or whatever if they fought in the war, but I'm just saying, because they was able to been putting as little money down as, well, anyways, where the banks issued the rest, but anyways.
Depending on, I can understand an individual, depending on his environment or his family or whatever, being racist, but for your country to sanction it, give him tools to do that, there's something definitely wrong there.
And he fought in the war.
I think we had the golden chance after World War II and we flubbed it. Because here we had a GI Bill that was supposed, that was available to everybody, but in a way they didn't make it available to everybody. And that was a golden opportunity in this country, and we missed it. We really missed it.
That's why you call the GI the greatest generation. That's what they claim. Yeah. But it was on purpose. They knew exactly what they knew the imbalance that it would cause leading up into today. They knew the imbalance. They knew, and then at the same time, after all this, and then eventually even the factories in the inner cities where blacks working at closed. And then next thing you know, you're flooded with guns, drugs. Exactly what they were doing. You got environmental pollution, lead paint, slum buildings.
You can always tell, can't you? A town with good real estate people is a more substantial community because more people own their own homes. That's right.
And now it's so hard to believe that the federal government nationalized and introduced redlining. In a funny way, it wasn't just giving something to whites, it was constructing whiteness.
Right. They said it wasn't just giving them something white, it was constructing whiteness.
Giving something to whites, it was constructing whiteness. Whiteness meant, as in the past whites had meant being a citizen and being a Christian, it now meant living in the suburbs.
Now whiteness, even more so being equated with wealth. It's bad enough now. They was equating before that like whiteness with beauty and supposedly holiness in Christianity and all that. Now white is now being equated with wealth and living in the suburbs.
Only 50 years before, European ethnics were believed to be distinct races. Now, in these new segregated neighborhoods, they blended together as white Americans.
So now, during this time, the Italians, remember on It's a Wonderful Life with Mr. Martini, I got a new home. You know, that was like supposedly during at the time of World War II. This town, fictional town, like Bedford Falls, kind of similar to Levittown. I believe that's where Archie Bunker, All in the Family, that's probably where he was, in Levittown, representing the GI generation. But yeah, on This a Wonderful Life and Mr. Martini, I got the home. You know, the Italian, they're all now can be white people and increase the white population. And around this time also, you know what else was going on around this time in the country of Brazil? Brazil, which has, definitely had at that time of the largest like black population. Well, definitely in the Americas. In fact, Brazil years ago, let me see, Brazil was said to be number two. Nigeria number one with the most black people. Brazil being number two, even before any other African. That was years ago though. Now I don't know all that they consider as black. But yeah, around the same time, around the 1950s, they started shipping in, flooding in, flying in Europeans, white Europeans into Brazil to widen out the population even more so. Brazil being a very black country where the most of the slave descendants, those who were kidnapped and enslaved, were taken to. So to further whiten it, yeah.
You do have different religious.
When these new or European only 50 years before, European ethnics were believed to be distinct races. Now, in these new segregated neighborhoods, they blended together as white Americans.
So they were separate races. They said separate races. They didn't even say ethnicities. They said they were seen as separate races. You know, now they blended as pretty much white people. Italians, Greeks, all of them. They're pretty much all white people. And then you got in the 1970s, 80s, they're saying a black Egyptian can be considered white or Caucasian. Ain't that crazy? So what is it? Yeah. As long as you ain't Negro.
You do have different religious groups. We were mixed up there, but we were an all-white community, and I think it's an unrealistic world.
So you could even be, you could be Catholic, you could be Jewish, you could be Jewish even, not even believing in JC, but you know, we're all white. This is what whiteness is now. So what is whiteness today? Like I said, I believe the next group trying to jump on and be considered white, like Mexicans. And I do notice more of them looking whiter and whiter. I'm noticing this. Less mestizo. There was a site years ago, the early days of the internet. I remember there was a site called Afro de Mexico or something like that. They were trying to let it known that there are still black people, you know, they are still Afro-Mexicano. They were trying to let it be known. They're like, they're still here. I don't know if that site exists anymore, but that was years ago, early days of the internet.
I think there's something sterile about I think there's something sterile about everyone being on the same economic level and everyone being the same color.
It certainly doesn't promote a feeling of a wider world, wider, not whiter, to live in a place where there are only people that look like you.
So understand, with the baby boomers being children and those are the late silent generation, I can imagine them being kind of, you know, I'm okay with being in an all black town. Don't get me wrong, but I can imagine they're like everybody looking now. We got television, and then you get rock and roll coming along. So that they probably were bored. Some people mad at the baby boom, but they probably was just. I can imagine being really, really bored and.
Cartoonist Bill Griffith remembers moving from Brooklyn to Levittown as a kid.
It's an untenable artificial world. You're creating a weird utopia in a way. A utopia of you know, middle-class white people who are trying to deny that they were living in a multi-racial world. And how long can you keep that up? You can't keep that up forever. Whether there were going to be black people.
Yeah, so that probably did lead to like, because I know when my family, we first moved to the suburbs, oh my gosh, I was dying to go back to the city. I know my mom may have felt comfortable in it. I was dying to go back to it. It was so boring. I mean, you got to understand, this suburb. Now, the block that we had moved to in particular, suburb west of Chicago, on that particular block, even though the school had, but on that particular block, we were probably the first black family there. This was, like late 84, 85. I remember the first thing, because when we first moved and arrived, it was nighttime. And I remember looking out, and it was dark. Now they got more street lights, but it was so dark, and I was not used to seeing the sky. I was used to street lights in the city in Chicago. That was the first thing I was like, my brother, look out here. It was so weird to me. And back then, it was so dark. You know how it is when you're riding, if you're traveling in a vehicle and you're on the highway and where it's real dark and it's nighttime. It was like pitch black, and that was the first thing. Like, I was tripping over that. Like, it was scary. We had these woods. We were near this field. That was creepy. That was creepy. But yeah, so you imagine this black family, they ain't been around in decades only, because they've been in the suburbs since like perhaps the 50s, and now it's the 80s. You got this black family, so we probably very, very, and my mama had mostly sons, and they were teenage boys at that time. Oh my goodness.
In Levittown, it's just, it would be almost the equivalent of saying, are there going to be Martians in Levittown? Whether there were going to be black people in Levittown, it's just, it would be almost the equivalent of saying, are there going to be Martians in Levittown?
Basically, the idea of whiteness is who's included, who's part of the family, and it has material consequences.
Yeah, see, in the hood, I ain't gonna lie, we have been. Oh yeah, that was the thing. We had eventually I had friends, these 3 white girls that were neighbors. They were like kind of my first friends out there, and I had taught them a lot of games. Like double dutch. I just taught them a lot of games in the hood, and there's some games that are universal. Like tag. Well, in the hood we just called it. You it. But tag and all that, but it was like a lot of the games. It's like because where we were, it wasn't even sidewalks. Where we first lived out there, it wasn't even sidewalks. And that was like you had to kind of walk in the street to school, like you had to walk along. Wasn't even sidewalks. I was used to corner stores. If you want some candy, go to the corner. I was used to, something on the corner. And that's when I first really, like seeing more chubby kids. Because remember I said, like when I was in the city in the 80s, the only was my cousin and they family. That's because the mom, the dad, the 2 daughters, they were like all overweight. They were an overweight family. But usually you didn't really see. That's when I began to see in the suburbs. Because a lot of kids in the hood were skinny. For one, we didn't need as much. But that's when I began to see, more chubby kids. Whereas when I was in the city, there might have been that one chubby kid in the class, and they was mine. I'm just saying and making a point, not to taunt anybody, but in making a point. That was another thing I had noticed, because they were like, and this was, see, in Chicago you didn't really have malls like that, and this is when I first, when everything you got these homes, and because there's a lot of town, so the nearest store was so distant, and it was just so weird to me. It's different now. That very same, so it's different now, and it's more, multicultural. But back then, it was straight up white and black, but black family here, and maybe some, black family. Yeah, I got to see just a few more when I went to the schools. But now, oh yeah, that same so Latinos and straight up Mexican now.
Left out of the housing market. The housing market they were exposed to was largely public housing. And public housing, first of all, was built almost exclusively, with a few exceptions, in the central city.
But yeah, I think of course, I'm never done making this point. I could go on and on and on and on. But Yeah, we're now worse off than our parents and grandparents were in some ways materially. Oh, definitely. They still had it much harder than us. But in some ways, they had it much more. Yeah, I always think of this like, okay, if me as a Gen Xer, born early mid 70s, that generation of Gen Xers, if we were supposed to be the ones to really see the after effects or the benefits of the civil rights era and all the revolutions and all that people fought and died for and protested for. My generation, we were supposed to receive or really witness the benefits. You know, kind of like if you think of those who were born after they reached the land of Canaan or reached the promised land, right? That was supposed to be my generation, right? So tell me this, why is it that me? Why was it that I was born in the project still? And yet my grandma, all the older people I knew, they were in homes. You know, they had houses and oh, you know, even if it was in areas, urban areas, whatever, they still, yeah. So those are the things I always like, well, if we were supposed to be the ones who, and let's not even talk about when the crack cocaine epidemic hit. That was like, that really tore apart. That, where you still had the matriarch trying to hold on after, you know, so you got to understand too, eventually, even in these cities where we had established communities, but then, you know, the money left and factories began closing. And this is also what contributed, even before the Food Stamp Act, I believe, had an effect on families breaking up. You had, even though, yeah, you still had black, especially considering our Christian beliefs, you still had black people more likely to get married, but there were these separations and it became common as I've done my research. You had black men leaving the home. Some, you know, divorced, many just leaving. This was even before the Food Stamp Act. And, you know, doing my research and like what happened with, you know, eventually these factories that we're working at closing or going, relocating or, yeah, eventually where they're like almost like, well, I could go more into that, but there's so many different things that we don't really talk about when we talk about the breakdown of the black family and stuff like the Vietnam War. Did it have an effect? Oh, that means he's trying to call me, and when he called me on landline, I keep forgetting to grab my phone. But let me shut this down, y'all. Give me a second. Okay, y'all. Time to clock out. I've done my shift. It's that time. Okay, I keep forgetting to keep my phone near me. But yeah, like this is, yeah. I do plan on having another channel, but yeah, you said they will call themselves Blanco. You said the full-blooded Indians who are indigenous people of Central and South America are brainwashed. They will call themselves Blanco. That's white when they are not. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, because I was talking earlier about the native. You know, it seemed like everybody, almost every group of people, including our people, they feel like to be fully assimilated, you have to reject all that is Negro, Black, Africoid, everything. You know, not only do you have to change the way you walk, talk. It's not just about changing the way you dress. It's not just about culture and ethnicity and style, and it ain't just about that. It's like you got to. There are some people, or at least that's what they believe, to fully assimilate. You know, you have to go as far as letting it be known. Like I said, we know, we know that we're distinct. We know that we're different. We know that we're not the same. Um, you know, we know that there are differences between, let's say, ourselves and let's say that person of more Jamaican descent and that person, you know, person that is a black person as of the UK. We know this, okay? So, but why does this need, like FBA feel they gotta announce it? And I can't just say with this delineation, I want to talk about, I can't just talk about Black American history, Black American greatness. I got to make these comparisons. I got to say these people copying us. I got to talk about how we're better than. I gotta just not just talk about the origin of hip hop, this, but I gotta talk about. I gotta be like straight flex, and I gotta straight. You know what I'm saying? To use this to say that we better than you, and you copy everything from us, and it can't just be. It's got to be this competition, or we gotta. They're not delineating; they're divesting. They're claiming they're taking it back, and I'm hearing the same thing with some of these biracial mixed groups. Okay. They got to build a wall. Oh, and we got to make sure we're going to find reports to show examples of how bad you are, which I guess is supposed to make us look better. So this is all, this divesting. No, it's really just, you're just assimilating. That's all. You just, even with these divestors, even with some of the points they're talking on, even when it comes to relationships and all of that, they're just pursuing the American, dream, and they will eventually, lead to families. And this is not to put down people. If you happen to be mixed, anything, but there are people think they want kids that don't look like themselves. They want to eventually, like you see what's happening with the Jackson family. And I ain't policing nobody. I'm not telling nobody who to, that's not the point that I'm making. But yeah, we want to be straight up, full, and see the ultimate goal. See, they tricked us. Well, yeah, World War I, World War II. Seems like we got certain rights, and some people believe that we're already headed in World War III. But see, what's the ultimate? What's the ultimate? See, how are you gonna really show? How are you gonna really show that you're down? That you're fully assimilated? How you gonna really show? Yeah, will you be ready? Will you be ready? Even that Niash, how down are you? Are you ready? Yeah, see, this is under the guise of this pro-blackness, right? See the sister alone. This is the American dream right there. See, Clarence Thomas, his wife, American dream, picket fence and all. See, they want you. Yeah, they want you to. Are you ready to go against us? Are you ready to take this on? Are you ready to? Yeah, how loyal are you? Are you ready to take down this family? Look just like your family. But they not like us. They not like us. Right? They not like us. Even at Nias. Because they want you. They want you, FBA, to assimilate. They want you. So you got to cut off all that African talk. Them days is over. All that African. Go back. Yeah. Remember, they African booty scratchers. Yeah. Cut all that out. They want you. There is no. It's only red and blue now. And blue is just controlled opposition. They want you. See, you got to have the red, you got to have the blue. You got to have the yin, you got to have the yang. They're all working together for the white. And what is actually white? It's more esoteric than you realize. Even Netanyahu. I was noticing, I was watching some of the Deaf and Disco. Okay, I'll get out of here. I gotta go. I was watching some of the Deaf and Disco and stuff, and one of them, and I realized, okay, even though white people, the rock heads, watching some, the Comiskey Park and everything, what happened in Chicago, and disco sucks, and Disco Demolition Night and all. It's funny that white people, even though there were those rockheads that didn't like disco, but they did like the Village People. They like I actually like the Village People. But they say even Donald Trump. I think with the one member, the lead singer just passing away, Donald Trump. Yeah, not the logo. Yeah, use white folks, though, even the ones that didn't like disco, they did like the Village People. The Village People, they were mainstream. Even though some say they saw some cheese. But then think about it. They had these songs, in the Navy. You can join your fellow man in the Navy. Yeah. Like, was that some Yvonne Netanyahu? They just, oh my gosh, they just had another, oh, I know it's coming. Have y'all seen the recent Simpsons? Kind of creeped me out. Controlling the baby. And come to find out they was using the babies through the little iPods, little pads that the babies got, using the babies to get people under brain control through the music and the rhythm, the algorithm of the music to get into people's minds and recruit them like as soldiers. They trying to, just like the episode they did right before, with the Yvonne Netanyahu right before 9/11 happened. So, I'm saying to you. But don't worry, just get in touch with the Most High Yahuwah, because the time of the Gentiles is about to end. And what they have planned, and that I know everybody trying to put out the bat signals, hoping white people recognize them. Like I said, these friends, my husband and I was talking up in here yesterday when we were doing the stream. We were talking about, friends of ours we knew from college. It was two Latinos. One was more white passing. I noticed how I was all in Facebook a couple of years ago. My husband may still follow them, but I can't no more. They would just first they were posting patriotic stuff. Okay, all right, fine. They never were talking like that before. One female Cuban, the other one Puerto Rican. He's like a whiter Puerto Rican, friends of ours. But I noticed it just seemed extra. Like, what are y'all trying to prove? Like overly posted stuff. They were mad, if you don't like this country, you can get out. I guess they were upset over somebody doing something with the American flag or something, one of the people. And it just seemed extra. Okay, maybe they are just really passionate about this country. I just never heard them talking like that, like all of a sudden, that's just what we knew from school and stuff. But it's just almost like they just really trying too hard, just like with the Drew and the black, is he trying to get the favor of white by continuously talking about these black women? Is he really trying, and he really wants to please Rick Devens, the white man who was voted America's favorite from Survivor? He really want to, impress him more than anybody. But I noticed that you've got some of these other so-called minority groups. They are doing, like there was an Asian comedian making these anti-black jokes. Never really heard Asian comedians feeling the need to say stuff like that. You never heard with Joe Coy. But all of a sudden and it's not even a joke. It's not even a punchline. It's like they're doing all this extra stuff because everybody, they are, whether I don't know, maybe they're worried about ICE. I don't know. And I don't even like really people joking on that with the whole ICE thing. Because that's just atrocious. But it's like, what are they really, really, really trying hard. They're really trying hard to prove they're loyal. Everybody's doing this. And I'm tired. I see the same thing with FBA. Y'all are under this guise of this pro-blackness. No, I see the same thing. They really, you got some people really want to show, see, we ain't African. Well, also, I believe it's part of an agenda to get you in that mindset, even if you're not in that mindset. But yeah, they want you to, maybe y'all can all be white. Everybody want to now be the official new white. I knew hip hop was gone when they had that party like a rock star. I said, okay, so hip hop is the new rock and roll music. But I know rock and roll originated with us. But I guess, That's the new rock music now. Now we want a wider, what is it? It's for a wider audience, just like we had to with the walk this way. We had to do the crossover. I got to do the crossover. We got to, damn. That was one thing I thought that in the 90s, one thing I will say, even though the 80s was funner, but what I did appreciate with the 90s, it did seem to be like a time, there was for a minute where we just wasn't worried about, like having to have white tokens in our videos, trying to get on MTV. It did seem like there was a time like, you could just see like a video DOS effects, whereas it wasn't quite like that in the 80s. And I guess it was kind of like that in the 70s too. Wasn't worried about, we gotta have token. We gotta have white tokens. We gotta try to appeal to white people. We gotta try to get on MTV, like how it was with a lot, in the 80s and stuff, where they were like doing, having to look, making sure that they got white kids break dance, trying to get on MTV. And I felt like we weren't really worried about that. You could see a video with all black folks in it, right? You could watch, black folks or mixed with black folks. Like you could watch Aaliyah Hot Like Fire. You wasn't, they wasn't thinking, okay, I gotta fill in the crowd with some tokens. And it's not that we purposely try to exclude white people, just keeping it real. And just like I don't expect to see black folks in even black tokens in a heavy metal video. But we could just, But anyways, yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Much peace and much love, family. Thanks for joining.